Hey yo, Nanea, welcome back, man. Hey yo, Finkel, welcome back. Hey yo, full uncle, you pulled Chaska yesterday. Hey, congrats, man. What are we reacting to? No reacts today. Just want to get some zenless event progress done today. Y'all ready for the collapse? Nobody can pay back, Nobody can pay back their debt. Stuff's getting more expensive. Nobody's having kids. At least you'll have your waifus. Blah blah blah. Maybe for the rest of the world. Depending on which countries you're talking about. Sure. But if you're American, yeah, it might seem like that now, but and you know, things can get worse. They probably will get worse. So I'm not saying that there isn't shit that you need to worry about, but just understand that while it looks bad for us Americans, it's gonna be so much worse everywhere else. But anyways, hope you have a good week so far, Bubba. Just being sarcastic. Well, you know how people are on the internet. So somebody might say something sarcastic, but then others will look at that and go like, "Oh, but they're, you know, they think you're actually being serious and all that." So. Catch the Enfield trailer yesterday at Gamescom? I did, yes. I did. It was like a sizzle reel thing, like little clip that they put in there in between like the bigger announcements. I believe I saw Enfield, Fate Trigger, and what was the last one? NTE. Put in some trailers in there. So that was nice, but you know, no release date, so Hyperglyph can continue to go fuck themselves. Hey, Muscleman, welcome back. Feel like the consume HP items in Lost Void are trash. You've only tried them once and they each threw HP really fucking fast. Yeah, I agree. I tried to avoid them, or if I do ever use them, I'm only gonna use them during like low difficulty runs or some shit like that. BRB. Alright, take care, Finkel. Hold up. Just want to make sure that my directory is on zenless. I'm pretty sure I set it to zenless already, but yeah, okay. Hey student, welcome back. Why no stream yesterday? Had to take care of other stuff. Had lots of IRL shit to do. That and I wanted to work on some videos, and me streaming every day has both the moves and me trying to stream every day or try to get used to a daily stream schedule has gotten in the way quite a bit of my me being able to work on videos. So yesterday I had to take a day off, both to take care of IRL stuff and to get some good progress in on some of my on some of my videos. So there's the answer. Hey, okay, gotcha. Welcome back. Saw an extra thick arena statue. Nice. Are we done Star Rail Endgame? No, not yet. I have to get that done at some point. Probably not today though, because I want to focus on zenless for today. Try to get as much done in zenless events today as I can. And then maybe later this week we'll concentrate on Star Rail stuff. There's a 7 Deadly Sins beta soon. Interesting. Didn't 7 Deadly Sins already have a gacha game though? Or did they never have one to begin with? It does? Yeah, I figured. I'm assuming it's still around unless it got EOS'd. There's a second new one. There's a new second one coming. The first one had like the weirdest collabs ever. Oh, I see. Seven Deadly Sins is open world, and it's gonna be huge. Oh, did they go down the Genshin route too? I imagine. I'm pretty sure Seven Deadly Sins is a Japanese manga / light novel / whatever the fuck it is. I'm assuming that whoever owns Seven Deadly Sins must have outsourced a second gacha game to like a Chinese studio or something. There are multiple mangas and animes called Seven Deadly Sins. Cool. That won't get confusing at all. Which one of those videos did catch my eye? What, you mean the gacha trailers they showed during Gamescom? I don't know. I'd like to rewatch them actually. Maybe a little bit later before we start doing the events for real in Zenless. We can take a look at both the Arknights and the NTE Gamescom trailers. Does hentai get censored on Twitch? No. As in the word. You meant the video for react? No, I'm not doing a video reaction today. It's not every day I do those. Whenever I have a video that I do want to react to, then sure. I'll set aside a stream day to react to it, but none for today. Like, whenever I want to react to a video, I'll probably mention it directly on my stream title. That must have been a past stream title. The title says React. Oh, okay, I see. You know what? I think you reminded me. I don't think I changed my stream title. I think I must have changed it on OBS, but I just remembered that that won't work actually because I have my stream set up through Restream, so I forgot to do it through Restream now. What was the title I wanted today? Zenless event grind for today. Okay, there we go. Yeah, sorry about that. I thought I changed the title, but I guess I didn't. Or I changed it to the wrong software. Title should be updated now. Become Saint for an hour and React. I mean, if you wanted me to do the React part, I've actually already done a couple of streams where the entire stream, because the entire stream was only like 2 or 3 hours long anyway. But like the entire stream, I basically just react. I do nothing but react to a video that I watch. I won't become Saint Tontus though because I'm not that fucking retarded. But I will react to stuff, sure. That I don't mind. Forgot it has that tedious light dark mechanic. Surprisingly, I don't think it really comes into play that often, but for some quests, yeah, I think it does. It shouldn't be that big of a difference, though. Because I remember 100% Enkonomiya, and it didn't really take that long. Like, surprisingly, it didn't take that long compared to, like, what you'd expect out of a region like that, where it's like, oh, it's got a light and dark version, technically. But in reality, I don't know. I don't remember Enkonomiya being that bad. Hey, Clarent, welcome back. Mika livestream happened yesterday. A whole ass stream? Really? Why did I not know about this? Speaking of Nikke, apparently they announced the fucking Resident Evil collab during Gamescom. That came out of fucking nowhere. I was like, hey, welcome back, Liddy. The 7 Deadly open world gacha is real? I might want to take a look at it then. Because, like, open world gacha games aren't just made on a whim. Like, if you want them to be actually good, of course. So the fact that there was even one announced at all, and for the moment anyway, I assume it'll be made by Japanese developers. Though, to be honest, I expect it to be made by Chinese developers, like usual. But the fact that we have another gacha that's being pitched as an open world game, that's kind of a big deal. It's an even bigger deal if the devs aren't Chinese, if they're like Japanese or something else. But I kind of expect it to be Chinese anyway, but still kind of a big deal even if they are. Another Nikke collab, yeah. This time with Resident Evil. We don't know which game. We only know the IP. I'm pretty sure. At least last I checked while I was doing some stuff earlier. It didn't seem like we had. I don't think we got any specifics on which RE game that they want to collab with. Just I guess with the franchise in general. But it just got announced, so I imagine we'll get more details about it later in time. Channel for React suggestions would be nice in Discord. That's a good idea, actually, student. I'm not exactly great with like I'm not a great Discord admin. Like I don't know how to make like new channels and stuff. So maybe I'll ask somebody in one of the admin channels to do it for me or something. But yeah, that is a good idea. your community posts like links of videos. Yeah, they do. I've seen them toss videos back and forth with each other. So yeah, maybe if we set up like a channel where people can put like videos where they potentially want to see me react to them, then yeah, would be a convenient way to just take a look and be like, oh yeah, I think I want to react to this video or that video now. So yeah, good idea. I'll see what I can do. Mika is sticking to their guns with 3 or 4 gacha skins in GFL2 per year. Well, I hope they reduce the prices on that, but oh well, I guess. Have you done the Fire Olga Marie quest yet? No, not yet. I know I have to get that done soon because I believe we have some extra master missions associated with it. So, I don't know. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow or later this week. I don't know yet. Is Grand Cross a respected gacha or considered trash? Last I heard, it wasn't. I heard it wasn't that good, but I never played it, and I've never really looked into it myself, so I can't say. I guess we can get this puzzle thingy done now, because I think this event just started. Ari does have some strange Gooner moments in the earlier games. Oh yeah, I know. I know. Oh, it was announced. I assume you're still talking about that seven Deadly Sins open world gacha game. It was announced like years ago, but the beta only came out now. Like how far ago? How long ago are we talking? Like how long ago was the 7DS open world gacha announced? Because like that kind of reminds me of like that's sort of, it's sort of reminiscent of like an Enfield or even a Tower of Fantasy situation where it's like, oh yeah, some games were like, some Genshin clones were like announced like relatively quickly after Genshin's like release, right? Because TOF got announced and even put into fucking closed beta like within a year of Genshin coming out. We knew about Enfield like as far back as like fucking 2022, I think. Because I think that's when they released their first like conceptual trailers or whatever. And obviously it's only like now, like it's like, oh, it's finally looking like, it might be done, it might be coming out. Too bad we don't have a release date yet though. Does this Puddle Quest come out today? I'm pretty sure, yeah, like today or yesterday or something. Fresh event. But yeah, it came out like just now, like today or yesterday. First you heard of the new 7DS Genshin clone was earlier this year. Don't know when it was announced though. Like around like 2022. Oh, okay, so it's been cooking for a while then, huh? Well, at least they understand that you know, even if you're a Genshin clone, ideally even Genshin clones should take a couple of years to really cook in the oven and shit. This guy rules. Thanks so much for the 64-month resub. Welcome back, man. Appreciate it. You want Yishuan to sit on your face? Understandable. Perfectly logical reaction. Now I'm just really curious to know. Now I'm really curious to know who's developing the 7DS gacha game now. Like, I'm really curious now, to be honest. Okay, yeah. Puzzle event just came out, so we can only do one for now. $70 is turning into a dead game, so this is the desperate chance of refurnishing the game? What, by making a whole new gacha game? I don't know, man. I think, like, I'll take your word that 7DS Grand Cross is slowly starting to die off, but I think by the sounds of it, this new 7DS open world gacha feels like an entirely different effort in the first place, but I don't know. Maybe it's just good timing. Last stream wasn't too long ago, but I feel like it's been ages. Yeah, last stream was only 2 days ago. Would be funny if Nexon's developer, Netmarble's developing it. Well, I mean, you're not too far off that. You're not too far off from that, to be honest. If Netmarble's developing it, isn't Netmarble developing that other? There was like another anime style like Genshin clone open world probably gacha game that was announced somewhat recently too, right? Like earlier this year at like, I don't know, Summer Games Fest or something like that. I forget the name of that game, but I'm pretty sure I saw Netmarble's logo on that fucking thing. So it's like, damn, you're telling me Netmarble is in charge of 2 different fucking Genshin clone open world gachas? Like, how the where the fuck did they even have the fucking staff to manage all that? Then again, maybe Netmarble, I'm assuming Netmarble must be a huge fucking Korean company. A huge fucking Korean chaebol or whatever they're called. So maybe I shouldn't be surprised here, but... So, no, it wasn't the solo leveling gacha. The solo leveling gacha is an open world, so it's not them. There's so much fucking AI art now. Well, yeah, duh. not like it takes a long time to make AI art. Yeah, at least there are websites out there like Rule 34 itself that now have a toggle where you can just toggle off all the AI art. So it'll be as if AI art doesn't even exist if you use it. Are you bad to think that most of what you've seen actually looks good? Here's my stance on AI art, especially when it comes to like Rule 34 stuff. Like, I don't really have a fucking problem with it. In fact, I almost look at AI art, especially again when it comes to like Coomer stuff. in almost a positive light, because the way I see it, because I come at this angle from as a gacha player, no matter what gacha game you play, there's always gonna be like a character, not even just a character, plenty of characters out there that, you know, will never be as popular as like the most popular, like the other popular characters in the same game. Those characters, unfortunately, are either forgotten or left to rust, or left to rot, or people just specifically don't like them because of, you know, story reasons, or, you know, reason could be anything, really. Regardless, the end result is that there are lots of gacha characters that, you know, just aren't very popular. And, you know, in every gacha game you play, not only do you find those kinds of characters, but also you find people, you're always going to have certain players who will like the more obscure characters, but unfortunately for them, because they like obscure characters, those obscure characters will never get any art, if any at all. And if they even do get any art, most likely it's not going to be any Rule 34, if they happen to be the, you know, the Coomer, if they have to be, you know, Coomer. So it's like, in my opinion, I can tolerate AI art because at the very least, that AI art actually gives like gacha players who, or not even just gacha, just anime weebs in general, who enjoy more obscure characters that they know most artists will never even think about making art of, and, you know, much less fucking Rule 34 art. So at least with AI, they can at least just make it themselves if they really want to see some fucking, you know, I mean, again, it doesn't have to be Coomer art, but just art in general, right? That, and it's free, right? At least I think it is. Unless you have to pay for AI programs out there, I don't know. I've never actually used one myself, so I don't know if there are some free ones out there. I'm sure there are some AI program, like, software developers who, like, charge for their fucking software programs. I'm sure that's a thing. But also I'm sure that there are some AIs out there that are completely free that people can just pick up and use. So I don't actually see AI art in like a completely negative light. To be honest with you, the only thing I don't like about AI art is not even the art itself, just the people who make the fucking shit and try and do some fucking heinous shit with that fucking dog shit. Mainly whenever AI slop artists try to fucking copy another artist's style. Well, not even try. They just straight up copy another artist's style, and they try to pass themselves off as the actual artist, right? Like literal imposters. Like, if you're making AI art in order to impersonate another fucking artist, then no, you can go fuck yourself. Like, that's the line that I personally draw. Like, as long as you're not, even if you're the kind of AI artist, because I've seen some AI artists who, like, deliberately train their AIs off of certain artists' art styles, and because I've seen a lot of art styles, and some of them are very distinct, it's like, as soon as I see some AI art, it's like, I recognize exactly where this came from. I know exactly which artist you took this style from. But hopefully most of them aren't making the AI art specifically to, like, fucking impersonate those artists, right? They whatever the reason is, maybe they just really like this one artist's art style, but maybe the artists themselves don't, like, you know, produce enough art, right? It's not like they have money to fucking commission them to make more. So maybe these AI artists, in big quotation marks, like, they train AIs on their favorite artists' art styles, so that way they can pretend like they have more. They can pretend like they have more art from that particular artist than there really is. There are plenty of reasons why people want to use AI art, and as long as it's not malicious, like straight up fucking, like, blatantly malicious, I don't really care one way or another about AI art. Matter of fact, aside from the whole, like, if you like an obscure anime character, then with the help of AI, you can, like, make your own art of them, AI art of them. Besides that, if you're a fucking gooner, shit, man, everyone's got their favorite you know, positions, right? So, obviously some positions are less popular or less depicted than others. Like, one of my favorite positions is fucking standing missionary. That shit is fucking hot. Unfortunately, standing missionary is not exactly a very popular position. So, you know, sometimes in order to fill that gap is I feel like I wonder if there's any standing missionary position art of this particular character. Well, chances are I'm not going to be able to fucking find that shit unless I get lucky. So guess what? Maybe AI art can hold me that can do me a solid there. Who knows? And these days, with how fucking advanced AI art has become, it's like, well, you know, they don't look half bad. That's pretty good, to be honest. The AI art obviously gets very stale after a little bit. So, you know, you can only, at least for me personally, I feel like I can only, you know, goon to AI art for so long before I'm like, yeah, I think I'm good on this. Let's go back to like real art. But it has a purpose. It's not useless. Again, as long as AI artists, like, don't go out of their way to like try to get in the way of like real artists, then yeah, sure, whatever. Like, fuck it, you do whatever you want, I guess. But yeah, like in my opinion, there's no shame in gooning to AI art, right? It's at the end of the day, they're all porn, and you know, porn has one objective, and that's to get you off. So whether it's made by AI or made by real artists, at the end of the day, it's like, what the fuck ever, man. Whatever gets you off at night. Like, there are people out here who have all sorts of weird fucking tastes. So like, going to AI art is like the least strange thing ever. AI is good for most horse girl lewds because Japanese artists fear the Yakuza. Yeah, honestly, now that Musume has become a global phenomenon, that whole thing, well, I'm pretty sure, well, at least I'm under the impression that that whole thing was kind of false at the end of the day, or even if it wasn't, they don't really care about it anywhere near as much as they do now as much as they used to. Not only that, but since Musume has gone global, it's like, well, how exactly are they going to fucking enforce that? What, are they going to send the Yakuza overseas to every single fucking continent on Earth? I don't think so. Like, maybe within Japan, they might be able to do something, but, you know, good luck sending some fucking Yakuza across the fucking Pacific to hunt down every single artist out there, every single, like, Western artist out there, who wants to draw, you know, Daiwa Scarlet with big fat fucking titties. Like, good luck with that. If AI was human, would people be more accepting of it? Yes, look at Neurosama. When we get to the point where AI can legitimately function like real human beings, and it is very hard to tell the difference, yes, people will care more. But we're not there yet. Neurosama, if you guys aren't familiar, there's technically an AI VTuber by the name of Neurosama. The reason, and she's one of the most popular VTubers out there, actually. Floats like, she's gotten to the. I remember back when Vito first started doing Neurosama streams like a couple years back. I remember when I used to lurk in her channel when she only had like maybe 1,000 viewers or so. Now she's scraping the bottom of 10K these days. And personally, I feel like her growth story isn't done yet. She's going to become way more popular as time goes on. That's just a simple fact. But anyways, yeah, people fucking adore Neuro. Despite the fact that she is actually 100% AI. But a big part of the reason why they love Neuro is because they know that the guy who made Neuro, Neuro's dad, if you want to think of it that way, Vito, the Toodle. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. Vito spent Neuro's programmer slash creator slash dad spent a whole bunch of fucking time getting her to work. Like, he spent God knows how many years putting her together. So, like, Neuro-sama is, I would imagine people would consider her to be one of the quote-unquote good ones, in large part because the guy who made her fucking poured his fucking blood, sweat, and tears into making Neuro-sama, you know, the way she is now. So, like, Neuro subverts the usual trope that a lot of people who don't like AI usually associate with AI, which is that, oh, you know, AI is super lazy. You know, people make AI art because they don't want to learn how to draw, blah blah blah, right? Companies use AI so that way they can save money and not have to pay real artists. You know, you get the point, I think. And Neuro is the exact opposite of that. Where, yes, she's AI, but she's the result of somebody, of a real human being who spent literal years fucking programming her and getting her to the point where she is now. So, she and, you know, by extension, her creator, are the exact opposite of what you would what a lot of people out nowadays would expect of somebody who just sits there working with AI. Yeah, I was going to mention that too, Miscellaneous, but I decided not to, because I didn't know how relevant that would be. But yeah, I heard that story about how Vito was approached by some fucking tech company or some people or whatever who offered him, like, I think he said he was offered 200K to sell Neuro, but yeah, he refused. I mean, I would refuse too, like, fuck off. Only 200K? Like, I mean, I've said before, everyone's got a price. Right, so I imagine I imagine Vito too could have a price as well, but then again, like 200K only, like, nah, man. If they wanted to buy Neuro, Vito should have at least asked for life, like, set for life money, right? Like fucking retirement money, like where he literally doesn't have to worry about anything else ever again. Cause like that's. Why would you settle for anything less when when Neuro literally has a fucking 10K viewer channel, and everybody fucking loves her, and Vito too by extension. Isn't Die with Scarlet intentionally? Oh, that whole story. I hope it's true. It'd be funny. Yeah, like literal generational wealth. Yeah. To use the meme. You've seen some lewd artists get harassed by Japanese fans for Uma lewds? Yeah, they're fucking retarded. And they can go fuck themselves. They're like that one Zhuyuan fanboy over here in the West who goes around telling artists to not draw Rule 34 art of Zhuyuan because she's his waifu or some fucking retarded parasocial shit like that. Imagine AI VTubers starting to talk shit about other VTubers. Well, thankfully we're not there yet, but that'd be funny, yeah. And like 200K, you're just from the fucking channel alone? Probably. I'm not gonna speculate on how. I don't want to sound like I'm speculating on how much Vito makes from streaming, but Yeah, what I do know is that whatever the fuck he was offered to sell off Neuro was clearly not enough. What's the most famous AI VTuber again? Technically, couldn't you have considered Kizna Ai to be the first AI VTuber, or was she? No, I don't think she was the first AI VTuber. There might have been like a legit like AI VTuber to be a thing before Neuro, but Neuro is certainly the first one that I'm aware of that actually like quote unquote made it. There are a few other AI VTubers now. I'm aware of another AI VTuber channel called Mother V3. Very similar idea. And they have a following too, just nowhere near as big as Neuro's. But I think for sure Neuro-sama was the first AI VTuber to like really get a huge following though. But as for like who the very first AI VTuber was of all time, I don't know. No idea. At this point, you would consider an AI girlfriend. I mean, if that's what strokes you off, that's what you prefer, then sure, go ahead. Nah, AI as we currently know it still sounds very robotic. Again, I've said before that I'm sure that our AI technology will eventually get to the point where AI behaviors and like language patterns and functions will like be almost indistinguishable from actual real human beings. Like I'm sure we'll get there eventually, but it's not gonna happen anytime soon. I would say it's not gonna happen within our lifetimes, but that might be stretching it. Either way, though, it's gonna take at least another decade or so, probably. So it's like, yeah, sure. Eventually, I'm sure that in the future, there will be like human-robot relationships, but that's not gonna happen for a while. 3 million subs. Yeah, she's technically quite a big VTuber, yeah. But she was an OG. Who's the most famous AI VTuber? Neuro, probably. I don't know of another one. Wait, I think I already answered that question. Or I think I already responded to that question. Does AI generated gacha news channels doesn't sound they don't sound bad. They almost sound human. I don't know. I feel like I can still tell the difference between AI narrators and those who aren't. Because even now, AI like the AI bots that how do I say this? Like the AI programs that people use to like narrate stuff. Those aren't perfect, right? And eventually they will slip up and like pronounce something like very, very wrong. And like, if you couldn't tell just by listening to one of those AI programs already, it's like as soon as you hear them mess up a pronunciation for a word that's like that normal humans like should not be messing up, it's like, oh, okay, well, there you go then. Meanwhile, China's working on a robot. Yeah, I heard about that. You know the reason why. The reason why, Finkel, right? Yo, Chop, it's in your lifespan? Unfortunately not, no. Well, probably not, but we'll see. I don't know. We'll see how successful China is with their whole fucking pregnant robot thing. We'll see how that one goes. Hoya is making SAO real, according to a new article a few years ago. We're not anywhere near full dive VR technology. So I highly doubt that, but like the next best thing that they can get close to is what? Just make some really souped up version of VR technology we have right now, but as in like SAO is full dive VR. Like you fucking plug your brain in, you plug your fucking brain into some helmet or some shit, and then you know your physical body is like literally knocked out, and your consciousness is transferred to some electronic medium or some shit. We're not there yet, as much as we would like to think so. But yeah, VR MMO. I mean, I suppose that's cool, but like, I don't know how popular that would be because that requires fucking buying a VR headset first, and those things are not cheap. So, it's like, yeah, I guess it'd be cool, but how many people are actually gonna be able to fucking play it, you know? Not letting a machine knock you out just so you can play a game. I mean, you'd be surprised how many people would. There are some people out there who now have parasocial relationships with their AI chat companions, so. Yo, Zizar, welcome back. VR chat's popular? Sure, yeah. But you can also play VR chat on PC without a VR headset, so. Like, I would imagine with how expensive VR headsets are, or how expensive they can get. Not to mention, if you actually want to use a VR headset, then you kind of have to have some space, and not like space is kind of a luxury for a lot of people out there who like live in like very like cramped places, like apartments that don't have a lot of room or stuff like that, or like maybe they share like a house or apartment with somebody, with like a roommate or something. So. How would full dive even work? Well, we don't know. That's why it doesn't exist yet. At least not as far as we know. Because, yeah, fucking, like, when people actually legitimately want to start working on full dive tech, full dive VR tech, oh man, it's gonna require a shit ton of testing to make sure it's actually safe. Some people will die as a result if that ever happens. Like, I don't personally, me being the cynical asshole that I am, I don't think there's any way for us to get around that. But yeah, I don't know. I'm no scientist. I'm not a smart boy. I don't know what's gonna happen, or I don't know how they plan to make full dive VR work. But they try it on monkeys first. Well, I mean, there's definitely going to be a lot of fucking animal casualties, that's for sure. But, like, I don't know. To me, like, if you want to actually develop full dive VR technology, it's the technology that literally messes with your fucking brain. I don't know, man. I feel like some people will still die as a result. Like with like the early prototypes of like full dive VR headsets or gear or whatever. Even after extensive like testing on like animals and stuff. Getting used to your new place. Yep. Technically, I'm still getting used to it, but yeah. I've been able to establish something of a schedule now, so it's better than nothing, I guess. Pregnant robot. What? Basically, reportedly anyway, China is, there are Chinese scientists who are trying, and researchers trying to develop, an artificial womb. It's basically, they're basically trying to make an artificial womb. And the whole pregnant robot thing is just meant to be a chassis. Like, they don't mean like a robot that you can actually fuck and stick your dick into and you know, do all that shit. No. Just like a chassis system, pretty much. But personally, I don't know how like, I'm no doctor. I'm no what, anatomist or whatever people are called that study the human body or whatever. But yeah, I'm no biologist, but like, I don't know how feasible that is. Like, China can come up with some crazy stuff, sure, but an artificial womb? I mean, we like cryo-freezing, what is it? Cryo-freezing, like, fertilized embryos has always been a thing. Like, we had that one story some time ago where, like, a baby that was technically already 30 years old was finally born. Like, they implanted a fertilized embryo that was first put into cryo-freeze, like, fucking 30 years ago, into a lady, and then the lady was able to give birth to them safely. And the baby's fine as far as we can tell, I think. So technically that baby would be like fucking 30 years old. But like, I don't know. An artificial womb is... like, barring the ethics of it, it's like, how would that even work? And then give birth to who? You mean those pregnancy robots? I would imagine if they actually become a thing, I would imagine how they're going to be used is you'll probably have what is it? Doctors or scientists or whoever's in charge of this kind of thing. You'd have people putting in, like, basically installing fertilized embryos, right? Like artificial, that like eggs that were artificially fertilized. And they would put them inside they would install them inside these pregnancy robots, and then the baby would just the embryo would just, you know, grow naturally inside there, as if you know, the robot were an actual living woman. But like, I don't know how the fuck they would even do that. Like, how would that even work in the first place? Because like the fetus would always have to have like a constant supply, maybe not constant, but I mean, you know, they take nutrients from the mother. So like, how would that work? Like, where are the nutrients gonna come in from? What, did they just have a bag of like fucking like a solution of something that feeds in? Like, how would they know how to fucking, you know, do that? I don't know. It's their job, not mine. Yeah, pretty much an incubator, yeah. Well, actually, an incubator is technically something different, to be honest. Like, an incubator, like, because when I think of an incubator, I think of a machine that like you put eggs into, right? Fertilized eggs into, and all the incubator does is keep them warm. Yeah. So I think incubator is not technically the right description to give those things. Hey, Chrono, welcome back. What's this ramble about? Somebody brought up the whole shtick about China developing pregnancy robots. So I was like sitting here thinking about how the fuck that would even work in the first place. So yeah, needless to say, kind of an interesting conversation we're having here. Excuse me. You know, some people who can't get pregnant because of biology, like maybe they're like infertile or something. Like maybe their uteri, what's the plural for that? Are like fucked up or something, and they can't actually support that. I mean, technically, but then I believe we have workarounds, because like I'm sure that, you know, there are options for people who, if they can't normally have kids, right, because like something's wrong with the potential mother's, like, you know, reproductive system. Like surrogate mothers are a thing. I'm pretty sure. I don't know how often it's done, but I'm pretty sure that you can have another lady who agrees to the process, and hopefully they get paid really nicely because of it. Like you can have like a third woman, like a second woman, who, you know, is paid to be like a surrogate mother or something, right? And then you would artificially fertilize an egg from the original mother, and then you would just implant that into the surrogate mother, and then, you know, 9 months later they pop out the baby, and there you go. Yeah, they find a surrogate, yeah. Basically a human hatching machine, more or less, yeah. Artificial wombs could be used to farm newborns in countries with low birth rates. I mean, that's exactly what China is. That's exactly why those Chinese scientists are doing that, because, you know, China is one of those countries. I mean, I'm sure you knew that already yourself, but the problem is that, I don't know. I feel like it's not gonna, like, they're not gonna be able to make these robots in time. Like, I don't even think they're gonna be able to make them work in time. Because again, how the fuck do you make an artificial womb, right? Because there's still a lot of things about human biology that we just don't understand. Like, we can't replicate, right? I mean, that's the reason why if you lose an eye, you know, we haven't constructed a fucking bionic eye yet. That'd be really nice, but that we haven't gotten around to doing that because we still have no idea how the fucking eye works, right? If you lose a fucking eyeball, or worse, you lose like the your brain, like, loses the ability to see. Like, how the fuck do you fix that shit? I don't know. Like, humans as a species hasn't been able to figure out how to fucking replace an eye, right? It's hard enough for us to replace like an arm or a leg. I mean, replacing a leg technically isn't that bad, because, like, you know, you just need a prosthetic and you're good to go for the most part. But like, if you lose like a hand or something, or even worse, your entire fucking arm, how do you replace an arm, right? How do you replace individual fingers? Like our prosthetic technology is getting better, but like even then, prosthetics are not a replacement for actual fucking fingers or some shit. Funnily enough, you can replace an eye with a tooth. Yeah, but I guess you can technically look through it, but yeah, I don't know how the fuck that would even work. Like, how on earth is that supposed to work? Only the lens, not the whole eye. Yeah, so like, I guess you'd need like a vessel. Then again, what is it? You can make a fake eye, to be fair. Yeah. It's the nerves that I think are the real problem, because if the nerves are damaged, then you're fucked. If the finger's not too damaged, you can reattach it. Yeah, true. Masamune. Yeah. I mean, I even heard there was a story about where somebody lost their arm, they buried it, and then later they got a notice from a hospital saying that, oh yeah, we can actually try to fucking reattach your arm for you. And then the dude dug up his fucking arm from the ground where he buried it, and they fucking put it on again, and it worked again. So that was funny. So yeah, I've heard of stories where people's fingers were sliced off, but they went to the hospital in time or something, and the ER was able to like sew their fingers back on, and eventually, yeah, it's like, oh yeah, it's fine now. So yeah, like, it's possible, but like, At least, you know, fingers are pretty simple, minus the nerves. Eyes, on the other hand, well, that's a different story. But yeah, I don't know exactly how China plans to make a fucking pregnancy robot, but hey, if they throw more money at it, then maybe they'll figure it out. Because yeah, if China can figure it out, then you know, hopefully that technology will be spread to other countries that have low birth rates, and they can do something about their low fucking birth rates or something. Heyo, Banana. Guess who has 2 thumbs and lost the 50-50 on Mualani the Chi-Chi? Sounds like me and my fucking skirk rolls. Sorry to hear that, though. Hopefully next time, hopefully, you get Mualani fast. Early 5-star type shit. Okay, anyways. Alright, let's get the main story done. Heard St. Tonda's donated for those artificial wombs experiment. What, donate his womb? I mean, that would make sense because he has he's a fucking pussy. Don't let the Tontas bloodline continue. As much as I would like to say the same, there's a chance that his kids end up not being as retarded as he is. There's a chance. Not much, but, you know. Damien. That name sounds familiar. Oh, yeah, that's right. He's the executive or like the company guy that we talk to over the phone sometimes. Kids aren't always the same as their parents. Yeah, look no further than me. Eula too.
お嬢さん、本当にわからないかな。
あなたは確か軍の研究顧問の。
ああ、イゾルデだ。彼女も私も手のいいお飾りに過ぎない。
How dramatic. Alright, because Alice is scared easily. Do I care about history these days? Well, yeah, of course. History was one of my favorite subjects, or my favorite subject all throughout school. I've always had a fascination with the history. Mainly due to the fact that I like thinking about things from like a on a macro level. Like I like figuring out like the general gist of things. A little more so than I like learning about the details. Learning about details is always cool too, but knowing, I like to think that I specialize in knowing more about like general stuff. And history is, at least in my opinion, from my point of view, history is quite related to that. Now, you can have studies of like specific historical topics, so you can get very specific about what exact type of history you're studying, but I've always enjoyed, like, maybe not just like, oh, world history, because that's a little too broad. That covers a few too many things, and the knowledge you would get out of that is a little too general. But like, say, like regional history, that I'm fascinated by, like, you know, European history or East Asian history or stuff like that. American history, for example. Is history my second passion after gacha? I don't know if I would call it my passion, but... all I can say is that I do still enjoy learning about stuff. If it's stuff that I find personally very interesting. But I feel like a lot of kids are that way too, not just me. To be fair. Is the Titanic story considered history? Sure, if you don't watch the fucking movie. You like history for a good story? Well, history's got a lot of them. If you love depressing stories where the overall theme of the story is and it got worse, then look no further than Eastern European and fucking Russian history. Not to mention, I guess another reason why I really like history is because history, I've also always seen it as humanity's way of warning the future about the past. Right? Shit happens for reasons, or sometimes even no real reason in particular at all. it's how people respond to them that, you know, sets up the future and stuff like that. If things happen for the first time and humans kind of fuck it up the first time, that's one thing. But then if humans keep making the same fucking stupid ass mistakes over and over and over and over, then what the fuck was the point of our history in the first place? Like, we make mistakes, sure, but ideally we make mistakes and then learn from them, and then hopefully not make the same fucking mistake 2 or 3 or 4 times or even more in the future. But, you know, history is wrought with incidents and examples where stupid fucking retards don't understand it and they don't fucking learn their lessons, even if it's technically not something that, you know, they could have learned on their own. You know, something, you know, history never repeats, but it certainly does rhyme type shit. You know, how many times is Saint Tontus going to fucking victimize more gacha CCs, right? How many people is he going to fucking chase out of the Wuthering Waves community or just the gacha community in general for people to finally realize, hey, maybe this guy is a fucking piece of shit and we don't want him here. Isn't this Yuzua's raccoon? Oh, there's what's his name? Minato? He's a big guy. Brat. Why was this smile at literally a fucking 60-degree angle? It wasn't even a 45, it was a 60-degree angle. Also, are Minato and Yuzua siblings? They look like they could be. Oh no, they're not. Different surnames. I guess they just hang out together for one reason or another. Reality is sometimes better than fiction. Sometimes, yes. Reality is stranger than fiction type thing. Not just sometimes, but a lot of the time. Do you know about the French Revolution or the Mongolians? Yes. I learned that shit when I was in fucking elementary school. Well, I did, because I remember reading a lot of fucking history books. So there were a lot of things I learned about, like, world history and stuff that a lot of my kids back in the day, not my kids, but a lot of kids in my grade back in the day, like when I was still in elementary or some shit, didn't know about. That, and, you know, for most people, for most kids, history is fucking boring. I was like one of the weird kids in class that actually got a kick out of learning history for some reason. The older the history, the more irrelevant it is for learning. No, I disagree, Recorrinta. No, that's not exactly true. No, you'd be surprised. Written history, so long as we've had written history, like as long as we've had records of people actually leaving behind written records, like all the way back in the fucking you know, the Babylonian era, right? Fucking how long ago was the actual real life Babylonia? What, like 2000 BC or something? So long as so long as we have written records of you know, ancient, quote unquote ancient human civilizations, people weren't really that different. Like, the people back then weren't really that different as we are now. Obviously a lot of our thinking and a lot of things that we believe in has changed, duh. But in terms of just, like, basic human, like, behaviors and stuff, that hasn't really changed. Like, going a little deeper into that Babylonia example, we have translated like cuneiform like tablets or some shit where once you translate them, it's like, oh, these people actually really did act like we did back in the day. Like, I don't know, there was this one translated cuneiform tablet or some shit where it was about this this merchant or whatever bitching about how, like, oh, all of his business partners are fucking dog shit and they don't get him his goods in time, and they're always late, and his workers are all fucking lazy and shit. It's just a merchant just bitching about day-to-day business stuff. So it's like, that would suggest to me anyway, I don't know what that tells you, but that would suggest to me that no, humans weren't really that different, if as long as, you know, weren't really that different, whether it was fucking 5,000 years ago or now. Again, you know, locales change, beliefs change, but the core aspects of what make us human, they haven't really changed that much. Not really. Sure, you can argue that, oh, like, the more modern that history gets, the more applicable it gets. Sure, I'll agree with that. But if you're talking about relevancy, no, history is always relevant. Like, you might not find as many examples, but you'll still find some. Examples of, you know, human heroicism, or humans just being stupid, just fucking stupid. No matter what. You'll always find shit like that. If you look hard enough. That NPC on the left is pretty hot. I always forget that, the city, or Phylum Heights, how do you say that? The Heights area has, a sick-ass soundtrack. It's probably why you found a liking to FGO, because FGO has a lot of references to history. Kind of. I don't actually like FGO because of the history, believe it or not. I like FGO because it's FGO, or just the Fate series in general. I just like Fate because it's Fate. I mean, it's cool that Fate is an IP that is a franchise that uses historical characters, and then I find it obviously I find it very cool that, you know, like, the more details they put into those characters, like, you know, stories, right? And have them, like, have a tangible effect on the story in present day. That's cool, right? Bonus points for that. Or hell, even better, if historical characters who actually know each other, or at least they should, right? You know, case in point, Strange, was it Strange Fake that has Enkidu and Gil show up in the same fucking Holy Grail War? Like, that shit is super cool. It's like, oh, you get to see how, we get to see how two historical characters, you know, who existed long ago, or, you know, either in folklore or you know, actually existed in real life. You know, we get to see how they would interact with each other. That shit is cool. But no, I don't like Fate because of the historical references. Because if I did, then there would be a lot of fucking historical inaccuracies about Fate that would make me want to fucking pull my hair out. The biggest of which being, why the fuck is King Arthur a girl? And what do you mean there is technically a male King Arthur, but he's not the one that we know? What do you mean there's a male King Arthur? You like the history inspiration from Genshin too, and I see what you think of the historical inspiration for a game like Genshin. I see more as just cultural. Maybe historical cultural references, technically. But I wouldn't call Genshin like a historically grounded game. Maybe historically inspired, sure. I mean, you know, you have entire regions that are very clearly meant to be modeled after certain regions. You know, gee, I wonder which country Liyue is modeled after. Do I have a favorite historical figure? Not particularly. I'll be kind of hard-pressed. If I had to say, maybe the Korean Admiral, Lee Shun-shin. That dude was a fucking badass. Legit, if he were ever to be put in FGO, he would easily... I think he would easily qualify for the Grand Rider class. But that's just me. So yeah, if I had to say, probably that guy. But, not really. The Saint Thomas and Napoleon Bonaparte of the gacha space. No, because he can't conquer shit. All he does is bully. I don't think Napoleon was just a bully. Douglas MacArthur was Thanos, man. Actual Giga Chad. I guess the only thing I didn't like about him was that, I don't know, nuking Korea wasn't the greatest idea he had, but I guess except for that, yeah, you're probably right. That's like the weirdest shit you've ever heard. Yeah, I don't know what people's deals are trying to compare Saint Thomas to other people. Like, he's a fucking rat. Don't elevate him to anything more than he really is. He's a rat and he's a fucking he's an internet piece of shit. That's all he is. He just got lucky that Tectone decided to fucking shove his dick down his fucking up his fucking ass. Where am I supposed to go now? I was supposed to go back up here? What are we supposed to do? Oh, didn't I already talk to you? What do I have to talk to you again for? Oh, you were talking about Saint? You were talking about the female King Arthur thing? Well, Liddy, if you're not familiar with the Fate series, one of the main characters in the Fate series, just in general, is a character named Saber, because when they were first introduced, characters were first known by their class name, and there are seven normal classes in the Fate series: Saber, Archer, Lancer, Rider, Caster, Assassin, and Berserker. And one of the main characters was the character who was part of the Saber class, and usually they would just go around being called their class name, so Saber. But as it turns out, the true identity of the Saber character in Fate, in the original Fate Stay Night visual novel anyway, turns out to be King Arthur from the real life King Arthur legend from, you know, Britain and stuff. However, in the Nasuverse, or in the Fateverse more specifically, within the universe of Fate Stay Night itself, the Arthurian legend was modified so that, people thought Saber was a guy or a male king, but in reality, she was a girl. She just hid her true identity, or she hid her true gender. But then, surprise, surprise, she's a girl. Like, oh, how could that have happened? Gee, I wonder why the main writer for Fate Stay Night decided to gender bend the main character, or one of the main characters. Surely it couldn't have been because they wanted their readers to jack off to her, right? Surely not because of that. The Arthur Pendragon. Well, that's folklore. It's not, obviously it's not real history, it's folklore. The legend of, there's a reason why we call it the Legend of King Arthur. Yeah, Arthur Pendragon was most likely, maybe he was based off of a real historical figure, but yeah, the whole like Arthur Pendragon legend where, you know, he pulls out a fucking sword from the stone and he had a court mage or, you know, caster mage guy, whatever, who had special powers and shit like that. Obviously, you know, that didn't exist. You know, there's no there's no like fucking round table that you can actually go physically visit or whatever. Though apparently I think there is a place in Britain where you can, like, technically visit the grave of King Arthur or whatever. Because I remember some years ago, as part of like either FGOJP's anniversary or New Year's gig thing, whatever. They flew out Kawasumi Ayako, the voice actress of Saber, to England. To like visit the area, and while she was there, she actually visited the quote-unquote grave of King Arthur, apparently, or, you know, they say it's the grave of King Arthur. Whether it actually is or not, obviously, you know, who knows, but that's what they say. So.
過去に同様の発言をしていました。
Is that an American? No, it's a British legend. It's not American, man. Americans don't have that many legends, to be honest. Like, we have technically, like, we have tall tales like Paul Bunyan, but I mean, honestly, you can argue that Paul Bunyan was fucking Canadian, not American. Yeah, we do have some tall tales, like, you know, the tale of Johnny Appleseed and shit like that, and other people like that, but not like legends. Because remember, America is very young as a country, right? We as a country, we barely existed for like 250. I think next year will be. Is it next year? I forget. No, it can't be next. Is it next year? Yeah, it is next year. Next year will be America's 250th birthday, as an actual fucking country. Because, you know, officially America was born on, you know, July 4th, 1776. So next year will be 2026 will be our 250th anniversary or birthday, which is pretty cool actually. But compared to other countries, right? Like China, which has existed as a fucking cultural entity for literally thousands of years. The Han ethnicity is one of the oldest still existing ethnicities on the fucking planet. Yeah, compared to them, yeah, we're very young, so we don't really have much in the way of like legends and stuff like that, right? We don't have stories like the Tale of the Three Kingdoms like China does, you know, stuff like that. Who thought Arthurian legend is American? You're triggered. Ironically, it came from somebody whose name is Student, but, you know, I guess that's why their name is Student, because they're here to learn. Either way, though. What do you mean the world didn't start when the Americans came around? Hey, don't tell the Trump supporters that. Yeah, no, Jack and the Beanstalk was not American. It's a very popular like tall tale or like fairy tale that I remember being introduced to while in school, like even as an American. But yeah, it's not Jack and the Beanstalk is not an American fairy tale to begin with. Matter of fact, most fairy tales are European. At least I'm pretty sure, because you have people like Hans Christian Andersen making a lot of fairy tales back in the day. But yeah, no, Jack and the Beanstalk, I don't know if there is any fairy tale that's technically American. There might be some, but for sure those gotta be, those aren't the classics. Asian lore is huge. Well, yeah, duh, because the Asians have been around forever. Or they've been around for a long time. Wasn't Mr. Bean American? How the hell? Where the hell are you guys getting all these? No, Mr. Bean was British. Yeah, technically, yeah. I guess the Americans do have legends, but yeah, they were from the Native Americans who were originally here before, white people came along. And yeah, their history was mostly oral, so yeah. Not only that, but something manifest destiny, something it's our land, something kill all the Native Americans or some shit. So yeah, that wasn't fun. You know about Brother Grimm? Yeah, he's familiar. I forget exactly what he did, but I'm sure he probably made some fairy tales of his own too. Writers like Hans Christian Andersen, Brother Grimm, stuff like other writers like them. At least I think so. Yo, Massnet, welcome back. God of history lessons. Maybe. Why is this not working? But do I have to like get them to go through all the circles? Maybe. Okay, we did. Do I like dinosaurs? Not really. I'm pretty neutral towards them, to be honest. I don't really care about them one way or another. I mean, I guess some of them were pretty cool, but nah. I've never really had like a deep fascination with dinosaurs. You know a lot of stuff for a gacha streamer. I mean, a lot of people, know a lot of stuff about other things that aren't like related to the thing that they're known for. I mean, you make it sound like gacha streamers are all fucking retarded or something, which, to be fair, some of them are. Like, I don't know if you were to go into St. Tontus' stream, I don't know if he'd be able to tell you about anything else other than how much he loves sucking Wuthering Waves' dick, and how much he fucking hates Hoyo games. Considering that he's made that his whole fucking personality trait. But excluding dumbasses like him, I'm sure that, gacha streamers tend to know a lot of stuff. Even VTubers who sound like they just yap on and on about random fucking shit. If you ask them the right questions, or you just ask them, hey, do you have any other interests in other stuff other than just whatever they do as streamers, I'm sure they'll be able to give you an answer. Do I believe? What do you mean? Do I believe in them? What are you implying that? Are you implying that dinosaurs never existed?
マナと兄ちゃんに撃ったディニーが
時間を計りだが今日のラマニアンホルあのディニーの蜜
よくわ
Do I believe in ghosts? I won't say that I won't, specifically. I'll just say that, you know, when I see, I'll believe that they exist when I see one. But I'm not going to dismiss the existence of ghosts entirely. They're, like, other than, like, the fucking dumb fucking, like paranormal activity content that, some content creators out there like to make. Like, there are some channels out there where, like, oh, these people, like, fabricate ghost stories for entertainment purposes, and it's, like, it's kind of obvious, but people kind of go along with it anyway, just because, you know, it's entertaining, it's in some weird way. But excluding that sort of content, I am sure that there are, like, legitimate, like, cases of, like, paranormal activity that actually does happen. And, like, there's literally no explanation for them. I'm sure that some version of, like, weird, like, you know, otherworldly shit does actually exist, right? I mean, there's a lot of stuff about, you know, reality, if you can even call it that, that, you know, even us humans in the current day don't know about. So I won't say no, right? But personally, I haven't seen a ghost yet, so ain't no way we're alone. Yeah, universe is a big place after all, way bigger than, you know, the average human mind can comprehend. But, you know, yeah, they could exist. Won't say they, you know, they don't. Do you believe that humans landed on a moon? Yes. Because it was a documented case. Couldn't dinosaur bones be fake? Well, along that logic, you know, you can take literally any historical event and be like, oh, that was fake because I wasn't there to see it. So it's the whole oh, if a tree falls over in a forest and no one's around to hear it, did it happen or some shit, or did it make a noise or some shit? Well, yes, it did make a noise. It's just that no one was there to hear it, or you didn't hear it. So to you, it would be like, yeah, it would be as if the tree never fell, sure, but you know, just because you weren't there doesn't mean it didn't happen. Where are we supposed to go now? The fork in the road? What fucking fork in the road? Are we even alone in our galaxy? We probably are, Rocorento. One of the reasons why I've heard that we haven't ever found, and we've never come across alien activity is that apparently, the Milky Way galaxy, or at least the part of the galaxy that we're in, or the part of the Milky Way galaxy that our solar system is located in, we coincidentally happen to be in a very, very big, like, vacuum. Like there's nothing around us. We are cosmically speaking, we are, like, very, very isolated, compared to, like, the rest of the universe even, or even just the rest of the Milky Way galaxy in general. So, in a way, our solar system apparently has been quite insulated. If our galaxy wasn't as insulated, then who knows if we would still be here. So maybe there's, like, another sentient life form out there in the galaxy, we just haven't seen them yet. Or we haven't made contact yet. I mean, let me put it to you this way. It's a good thing that we haven't, because if we did, that would imply that that those aliens or those extraterrestrial life forms have way better technology than we do. And at that point, if that's the case, what's stopping them from conquering our planet, you know? Do you think Raiko's fat titties have their own gravitational force? Yes. Yes, I think they do. Because the moment they exist IRL, my face will automatically gravitate towards them until my face starts motorboating against them on their own automatically. So yes, I do think that they have their own gravity fields. Smile. You mean the universal void? You might be thinking of something else. There are other voids out there, but I'm not talking about that one. I'm talking about specifically like the small little pocket. Well, I say small, relatively speaking. This pocket within the Milky Way galaxy that our solar system just so happens to be in. And that's what's been. That may be the reason why we haven't, come in contact with any other aliens yet. Assuming they exist, of course. Is this where I came from? I'm pretty sure this is where I came from. I don't know what the game means by investigate the fucking fork in the road. Do they just mean this? Can't even go over there. I assume they mean this. What the hell do they want me to find? Maybe I have to use this thingy? Oh, okay, yeah. Do you believe the Illuminati is real? Even if they are, they haven't affected my life yet. At least not in a way that I noticed. So, I won't worry about them affecting my life yet. Do you believe the Earth is flat? No. Believing the Earth is flat is about the same level of intelligence as the Saudis building a city that's called the Line, and they're trying to build a city that's like fucking 500 kilometers long. The Saudis have a lot of money, but if they think that a city called the Line is ever going to fucking work in a million years, then maybe they should try buying some fucking brain cells too. Have I ever smoked pot? No. Never did any hard drug. Or if you even consider weed to be a hard drug these days. Which I'm sure a lot of people, more and more people out there would argue that, oh no, weed's not a hard drug. Which, I mean, I never tried any drugs myself, so hey, I can't say. Would I sleep in an old house that people are saying are haunted? I mean, if I was offered money, then sure, yeah. And I would have to take a look at it. Like, if it looks like physically dangerous to fucking be in, then no, I'm not gonna do it. But if it seems pretty structurally sound, like if there's nothing like terribly out of the ordinary, and I was offered money to do it, then sure, yeah, whatever. Some people say we're in a black hole. I think I've heard that theory. There could be something. There could be something to be said about that. Who knows? I mean, we hardly know anything about black holes, so. I suppose the only question I would have about that theory is that if we ourselves are inside a black hole, then how are we able to identify other black holes outside, right? I don't know. I'm not an astronomist or an astronomer, or I'm definitely not a fucking quantum physics guy, so I have no idea. Maybe there's an actual explanation for that. Some drugs can be used medicinally if the doctor orders it. Yeah, weed is. You can get weed as a prescription, I think, or you can get medicinal weed, I guess, if you want to call it that. Prescription weed. We've already met aliens. They're in our government right now. They're in this very chat. I mean, I wouldn't put it past Donald Trump being an alien because he definitely doesn't act human sometimes. While we're at it, I mean, we can extend that same logic to Saint Tontus and the other fucking rats too, because they certainly don't act human sometimes either. So yeah, hey, I guess you're not wrong. Would I take an offer from NASA to fly to Mars as an astronaut? With our current technology, no. Not with our current technology. Maybe wait like a decade or so for either NASA or Elon Musk, assuming that Elon hasn't completely run SpaceX into the fucking ground. But in like a decade, when interstellar travel either becomes possible, like, you know, warp drive tech becomes available, or if it doesn't take fucking 40 years one way to go to fucking Mars at the moment, then sure. If it only takes like a year maybe to get to Mars, then yeah, sure, why not? But, you know, if I can come back, sure. But if it's a one-way trip, then no. No thanks. Where am I going? Oh yeah, I probably have to use this thing. You find the universe very fascinating with like planets and stuff. Also terrifying. Same here. I remember when I was younger, I used to have a case of I think it's called astrophobia, where you get freaked out by pictures of like deep space or whatever. I remember being scared of that shit. I still have some symptoms of that, where I look at like pictures or like even like computer generated images of like planets in like pitch black darkness, right? And you only see a side of them that's like illuminated from like whichever sun that they're closest to. As like, I don't know. That always like unnerves me in some way. Again, it used to freak me out a lot more as a kid. These days, not so much, but part of it's still there. Neil deGrasse. Oh yeah, the dude who has like the podcast about astrology and stuff like that, right? I think I know who he is. The dude who's always asking for more like space-related video games too, right? Never smoked shatter or live resin? No, Nightmare. I'm 100% clean. I've literally never done anything. Not because like you know, I'm not saying that because you know, I'm trying to take a moral high ground against, you know, drugs and be like, oh, drugs are bad. No, I just wasn't, you know. I mean, I consider myself lucky that, you know, I never found myself in a position where, like, you know, I was getting peer pressured by friends to be like, oh, just do it, man. You're a fucking pussy, or stuff like that. Nah, I just never did any hard drugs. Not that I would either, because like they are health risks, and I would rather not do that in the first place. But I don't know. If someone were to pay me to fucking smoke some weed or something, then sure, I guess I'd do it, but... Am I going the exact wrong way? Where am I supposed to go right now? Actually, no, I am going the right way. Don't do drugs when you have fat anime titty. True, actually, yeah. I would already like to spend my money on big fat anime titty and ass. I can only spend so much, so maybe I shouldn't. Oh god, I did go the opposite way. Holy fuck. So yeah, maybe I wouldn't have enough money left over for drugs or some shit. If I stick my face down Booba Alley, it's all dark too. Yeah, but that's a different kind of darkness. Do I mess with watermelon? What, as in like the fruit? Yeah, sure. I like it decently enough. I don't want to fucking cut open an entire like a big ass watermelon on its own. I'd much rather just buy a pre-sliced watermelon, but you know, as long as I don't have to fucking cut it open myself. Sure, I fuck with watermelon. Yeah, I have a similar thing with giant fucking objects. You have megalophobia. Me specifically, it's with planets or just eerie looking bodies of celestial bodies. So mine is specifically astrophobia. But yeah, I do get why people can be scared of like super huge things. Like I understand why people have like megalophobia, thalassophobia.
リン来たな
I would smoke weed if my friend paid you, even if it would be your first time. Aren't I worried I get anxious from being high? Well, I don't have any other prior experience. Maybe I will. I don't know. I'm just naturally I don't feel like I'm the type of person who would be affected by anxiety. Like I can get anxious sometimes, just sober. But that's mainly because I think about like there's a bunch of shit going on IRL that I always have to think about. So it's like stress-induced anxiety. Like I don't have like if I didn't have anything that I need to take care of, right? Then I can't say I have anxiety just on my own. So it's not like I would have any that I'll have to worry about when I get like high or something. I don't know. I don't know how I would behave when I get high. Again, like I said before, I don't know because I've never done any drugs. So, like, I wouldn't mind trying it once just to see what it would be like just for the experience. So whether or not I'll end up feeling like super anxious or not, that's not really my concern right now because I don't know if that's how I would even react in the first place.
おやリン電話はもう終わってしまったのかもちろんだアリスお前の
How old am I? Probably too old. Your high school classmates peer pressured you into smoking cigs and vaping, and your body rejected them pretty hard. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of them myself either. You love cantaloupe? I like cantaloupe too, actually. Let's see. Was I supposed to pay attention? Actually, no. We can just do that. Yeah. Like I was raised in a house, and like I think I mentioned this many times before, but my family is pretty conservative, just naturally. So obviously, you can imagine what they think about. You can imagine what they think about, drugs. So yeah, I was growing up believing that, oh yeah, drugs are bad and stuff like that, right? You shouldn't do them. Drugs are bad. I still wouldn't do them myself, but I've dropped the whole mentality of, oh, you shouldn't do things because they're bad, because you don't like, at that point you're not liking, like you don't dislike drugs because you don't want to do it yourself. You just don't want to do it because somebody else told you to. Like, that's what I don't like, so, yeah. Marry when? Probably never. I'm not interested in marriage. Like, I'm not going, how should I say this? I think I explained this before, too. I'm not interested in, going out of my way to look for a partner. Or, like, to look for a potential, a potential girl that I can maybe settle down with and marry and settle down with eventually. Simply because I see how my own family turned out, and I don't want my family to turn out like that too. But I'm not against, if somebody so happens to enter my life, then sure, okay, whatever. If it works out and I don't have to go too far out of my way to, make something work, then sure, why not? I won't say no. But Am I going to go out of my way to, you know, download 15 different dating apps just to see if I can get laid one night? No. Fuck that shit. Waiting for robo wives. Well, I already said before. I know you're just memeing, Finkel, but I already said before that, you know, actual robot waifus aren't gonna be a thing for like a long time. So. You already have a gacha addiction, so no need to throw drugs in there too. True, true. My thoughts exactly. Marriage is a trap. I mean, it certainly can be, and it sucks whenever we hear about people who used to be happily married, but like a year or two later, they just end up divorcing anyway. You virgin? Well, better to be a virgin than act like one.
Ah.
If only Tectone could follow that advice too, but I don't think he will. Would I ever go up in the sky in a hot air balloon? Yeah, sure. I think hot air balloons are pretty cool. You know, assuming of course that, you know, it's safe to do so, and you know, I can trust that the hot air balloon in question isn't gonna fucking fall out of the sky, in which case if it does, then well, you know, see ya. Was a good run, I guess. But, you know, assuming that it was, you know, completely safe to do so, yeah, sure. I know somebody in my YouTube chat mentioned that, what is it? Somebody in my YouTube chat mentioned that, you know, they have, like, agoraphobia, or is it acrophobia? Which one was the technical term for, fear of heights again? It was either agoraphobia or acrophobia. I forget which one it was. But, I don't have a fear of heights. Like, if I do look down from, like, a really high, area, and, like, there's, like, for example, like, I go up in a skyscraper or something, and there's, like, clear windows that let you see, like, straight down to the bottom, then, yeah, I'll get a bit of vertigo, but I'm not gonna be like, oh my god, and start fucking freaking out like some other people might do. Like, it'll be slightly disorienting for a little bit, and then I'll be able to recover and be like, okay. Okay, that's what I need to do. That's what I need to do. Acrophobia is the fear of heights. Agoraphobia is fear of social situations. Okay, gotcha. Not a swimsuit, but it could pass. It could pass for one. True, true. Atlantis is just a myth, right? As far as I'm aware, yeah, it's just a myth for now. I believe people have tried seeing if Atlantis actually did exist or not, but so far, no proof. Open a second account for Wuwa to main Augusta on. Oh, have fun with that one. Oh, I forgot that I'd have Yuzu on this team. No. Almost got shot in Atlantis. You mean Atlanta? Different city, by the way. I got broads in Atlanta. Do you think a person could develop agoraphobia if they start smoking meth and crack and eating lots to gain weight? That's not agoraphobia at that point. That's just ruining your life, but you know, don't let me tell you otherwise.
月葉たちと合流しに行こうか。
怪物だよ。オッケー、任せて。
Would I participate in an expedition to the Arctic or North Pole? Sure. If I had internet access the entire time through, then sure, why not? Go on a hike with the penguins. Technically, I think it's against international law to like actually do anything with penguins. You can't like touch them or anything. Or at least last I heard. But yeah, I guess you could hang out with them. First person view, because they couldn't animate or model, who was it? Belle or the main characters crawling through, air vents. North Pole doesn't have penguins. I'm aware, but the question was, would you take an expedition to the Arctic or the North? Actually, yeah. I think he meant to say Antarctica. Now that I think about it, that's in my mind. That's what I assumed he said. But yeah, technically you're right. He said he just said North Pole twice. Yeah, but I assumed he meant Antarctica, not the Arctic. Have I seen penguins at a zoo? Bro, I don't remember the last time I've been at a zoo. Like, it must have been... The last time I was at a zoo was probably, like, fucking over a decade ago. But, like, if you count YouTube videos, because I watch YouTube videos about, you know, animals and stuff. A couple of zoo videos here and there. If you count those, then sure. It's because Hoya won't let us see Belle's ass, which is funny because they put her in a swimsuit costume for this patch. Do I have an aquarium or zoo? Like, I assume you mean like near me. The answer is no. I actually wonder where the nearest zoo is from here. I know San Diego has one. Sometimes every now and then I get like radio ads for them, or like ads for them on my phone or something. I don't know if LA County has a zoo somewhere. Maybe they do. Maybe like a small one or something, but penguins smell like shit. I would imagine that a lot of animals end up smelling like shit too. Not like they have the same sense of hygiene as humans do. That and they're fucking birds, so. Go on the expedition, put the gachas in daycare. Fuck that shit. I ain't fucking giving my gachas to some fucking stupid ass fucking gacha account manager. What do you think my name is Tectone? I ain't no goddamn Mr. Pokey. I like Aeos's reaction there, actually.
しょ。何それ。ねえメリー、メリー、置いてる。どうしたの。なんか急にフォローの外との通信が切れちゃったの。あの怪物回復してる。今からエネルギーを吸収してるみたい。タイムフィールド剣。また回復し始めたのだわ。
Do I need a zoo? Just boot up Uma Musume? True.
東京の向こうにある裂け目の話覚えてる。あの裂け目。みんな今のうちだよ。
When did Yuzua learn how to fight? Because Monotone knowing how to fight and Alice knowing how to fight makes sense. But what is Yuzua supposed to be? Does she just happen to know how to fight with an umbrella or something? And her umbrella is also a gun too. Gun umbrella. Let me change that other thing, by the way. What other thing? Uh, duh, 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 duh. You started Ether Gazer at Telefire. Yep. it's a game, all right. It should be a lot different from the other action RPG gachas that you've played up until this point. It definitely does its own thing. Is there an animal that I'm genuinely afraid of? Like an animal? No. Maybe an insect. I don't think I have like straight up like arachnophobia or like whatever the fear of whatever the term is that describes just like a general fear of insects. But there are some insects that I look at and I'm like, I think I'm good. Like I'd rather not have them in my room type shit, right? You know. But like animal? No. I don't think so. Don't think so. You check Rule 34 at least once a week, do I? Dude, I look at Rule 34 every fucking day. What do you take me for, an amateur gooner? Imagine being in a kayak in the middle of the ocean at night. Yeah, that'd be... Even for someone like me who doesn't really have, you know, thalassophobia or anything like that, that'd be kind of unnerving, to be fair. Just from a safety perspective. She's kind of like Silverwolf and Starriel. Yuzo as a hacker, but she knows how to fight. Am I afraid of life-threatening insects? Maybe not afraid of them, but like, yeah, I wouldn't really like having a black fucking widow in my room if I can help it. Am I a gooner for real? I mean, I'd like to think so. Counted a bear on land, shark underwater. Which scenario would I be more chill in? Depends on the type of bear and it depends on the type of shark. I believe there are some species of bears and some species of sharks that are less likely to attack humans. So my answer would be if it's a less dangerous species of either bear or human, then, you know, I'd be more chill around them. But if they're more dangerous, then maybe it's time to get the fuck out of there. What about the rhinoceros beetle? I think the rhinoceros beetle is pretty chill, no? At least I think so. I remember its name. Like, don't people keep rhinoceros beetles as, like, pets, even? Alcatraz story is crazy where some escapees jumped into the ocean at night. Well, I mean, if it's for freedom, then yeah, sure. And that and where was Alcatraz located? Fucking the Bay Area, San Francisco? I don't know if you find sharks up there. Maybe you can, but like in the Bay Area, I don't know what you have to be so afraid of. So, hey, jumping into the ocean at night seems like a pretty good idea. If it's to fucking if it's for a jailbreak. Yeah, if it's a fucking mother bear with cubs like around her visibly, then yeah. Or if you just see the cub on its own, then it's like, oh yeah, you better get out of there, bro. Mama bear gonna fucking barge through like they're the fucking like she's the fucking Kool-Aid man or something and fucking bite your head off. These are some of the most random questions you're hearing. Yeah, well, I mean, that's just part of being a streamer, I guess. I mean, you go into a fucking gacha, like a bigger gacha stream, man. How often do you hear them fucking talk about gacha shit? like maybe only some at a time, but you're not gonna find other streamers fucking yap about gacha games the entire fucking time, right?
地図をちらっと見ただけ
Well, I guess unless your name is Sweetly. Sweetly might be able to.
エレベーターは通路の向こうだよ
Sweetly and Genizod, I think. Those two can legit fucking yap about gacha the entire time that they're streaming it. But other guys, I don't know.
先目は2階だよ急ごう マナト君
Beefcake.
平気だ
Hey, it's the clown. We got to beat the shit out of him. If you listen closely, it almost sounds like him too.
気配ってみんな気をつけてあれサクリファイスだよサクリファイス単紹介でずっと研究してきた怪物なの どんどん技術を上げてるベロックスの列車に気づかれる前にさっさと片付けよう 痛みなく終わらせるのだわ
Kind of weird that the clown boss doesn't get a like a death animation, considering they gave his ass a whole ass like intro scene. Kind of strange.
急いで間に合わなくなっちゃう
You saw a lot of people bitching about the scene from like a few minutes ago where MC gets saved by Minato. Yeah, most likely because of fucking parasocial pieces of shit who are like, that should have been me, not him. So, parasocial pieces, dipshits as usual. Try not to pay attention to them. Follow Yuzua and escape the pursuers. Where are we even supposed to go in the first place? Seems like I can't pull up my map at all. Maybe I have to go back to the elevator. Which floor do I want to go to? I don't know. Which floor are we on right now? Type of guy that brings a shotgun or a bear spray? Probably shotgun.
こっちついてきて どうしよう怪物だ聞いちゃダメ怪物に集中してねこっち急いで
Monto actually saves MC regardless of gender, so like, who cares?
怪物はほっといて突っ走るよライナーだわ一つ決める水道はこの先
What's up here? You also couldn't trust the bear spray. It's not that I don't trust bear spray. I just like guns. My reasoning is actually a lot simpler than that. I just like guns, and I've never shot a shotgun before, so yeah, that'd be pretty cool. Sounds like the dudes who were mad about the latest Star Rail trailer with the Cyrene hugging and holding Kailis's hand or something like that. I mean, gotcha games, you know, can't escape the fucking parasocial pieces of shit. I'll be looking for bears. Well, I wouldn't look for them, but like, obviously, a shotgun is only there for extreme in extreme situations where, obviously, if you know we got a fucking bear charging us, and yes, you know, I will fucking shoot, but you know, I'm not gonna go out of my way to fucking look for bears to shoot them, especially if it's not fucking hunting season. And, you know, I'm not exactly a hunter myself either, so it's not like I'm gonna go out there and hunt animals for fucking food or something. So, you know, if I ain't gotta fucking kill a bear, I won't. Who's my favorite Blue Archive student? Iori and Wakamo, those two. And then third would be Mika. So, Wakamo number 1, Iori 2, Iori 2, Mika 3. I have a lot of other students that I also really like, but I would have to go with those 3. Would I want to use a shotgun? Well, I mean, yes, I love guns. I've shot a couple myself back in the day at like firing range, at like, you know, gun ranges and shit. But I understand that you know, guns are something that, you know, you'd prefer having and not have to use them instead of the other way around, right? So like, yeah, if I can go shoot the shotgun at like a gun range, sure, yeah, why not? Just shoot some targets or something where, you know, shoot it where it's safe. But I'm not gonna go out of my way to fucking shoot a bear in the fucking face. Like, I'm a sadist, yes, but you know, I don't like being a sadist to things that don't deserve it. Then at which point you're just a fucking asshole. I mean, I guess if you're just a sadist in general, you're just an asshole in general, but but no. Like, do you think that just because I like guns, I'm gonna as soon as I have a gun in my hand, I'm gonna go shoot up a fucking school or something? Like, yes, I'm an American, but not all Americans are school shooters, man. And depending on how you shoot the bear, and depending on the shotgun, it'll probably survive anyway. Yeah, probably, but you know, hopefully it's... I mean, if a bear doesn't care about a shotgun blast, how much do you think it's gonna care about a fucking spray? I mean, I don't know, actually. Maybe a spray would actually be more effective, but then again, if it's a spray, like... If it's a spray, then you kind of have to get close to a bear to spray them properly. And at which point, if you're that close to a bear and it's charging at you, I think you're already dead to begin with, no? At least with a shotgun, you can shoot it from pretty far away, because unlike in video games, shotguns actually have pretty good fucking range. You know, it's not like video games where most of the time in most games, shotguns, you know, have like an effective range of like right in front of you to like 5 meters away, and the pellets just magically fucking disappear. No, like you can shoot shotguns pretty fucking far, man. You also need slug rounds, not pellets. Yeah, like a big fucking bullet, yeah. Or at least a huge-ass fucking rubber bullet. I don't know. Would rubber bullets even do anything? Hey, you're Seed. You actually get to meet her in the story. Shows up with S11 too, even. No, you can't believe I like Wakamo. I know, right? Such a shock. What a shocker. Am I born American? No. I'm South Korean by ethnicity and place of birth. But my family moved to America when I was young. I even changed my citizenship back when I was in college from Korean to American, explicitly so that I could avoid getting drafted into the South Korean military. Because if you're a South Korean citizen, especially if you're a male, a dude, and you never change your citizenship, even though you've lived outside of the country for God knows how long, if you ever go back to South Korea, there is a chance that the government will notice you and be like, "Hey, wait a minute, you're a Korean citizen. You should be in the military right now, or you should have done your draft right now," and they'll force you to go to the draft. So they can the draft can go fuck itself. How can a bear survive a shotgun blast? Is the fat? I would imagine they just have really, really tough skin, and they have a lot of muscle too. Just a lot of body mass. Or something like that. I don't know the exact reason, to be fair. They force children to undergo plastic surgery. I don't think so. That would be very fucked up if they did, but I'm pretty sure they don't. That's probably either a meme or you might be thinking of something else, but I'm not going to get into that unless you really want me to. Oh, it is because of the body fat? I guess that makes sense, yeah. Because they do stock up on fat before they hibernate, so. Thick hide too, yeah, bear leather's pretty fucking tough, that too. Hey, here's Orpheus. Or I guess her name is Magus. Is Orpheus the name of her tail? And then the girl's name is just the girl's name is Magus? How does that work? Also, what's Isol doing here? Okay, yeah. Orpheus is the name of the I like how Orpheus's tail has his own fucking dialogue panel on the right. That's hilarious. Oh, Magus is also a girl too. Interesting. I thought it would be like a Huehue situation where the tail, Mr. Tail is a guy, but then obviously Huehue is a girl. Do I know the football player Heung-min Sun? I think I do actually, because very recently, for whatever reason, I don't know how the algorithm recommended this video, but for whatever reason, my YouTube algorithm recommended me a video of a Korean football player. Yeah. I think those are pretty old videos, but I actually do know who he is. Yeah, he's a football player. Apparently a pretty popular one, too. But that's all I know. I don't really follow the football / soccer scene very closely, so... all I know is that he's a Korean football player, and that's about it. Like, football / soccer player. Well, now, wait, why is Magus talking, but, you know, the dialogue name is also named Orphe? The fuck? Also, hey Havlan, what's going on, man? Welcome back. No idea. I'll just call her Orpheus. Magus is the tail. So why were they labeled the opposite way around then? Maybe an error? Maybe. I don't know. I don't think Zenless would make a mistake like this where they label entire characters incorrectly. Unless it's for what, story reasons maybe? Also triggers here too. Is this all of Obel Squad together in one place? Cuz y'all told me that Sambi is actually technically not part of Obel Squad. She actually comes from her own clone squad, I think. What's the biggest sport in the US? Is it basketball? Probably American football. Either American football or... I think overall American football, yeah. Because, like, if this is anything to go by, the Super Bowl is like an American fucking phenomenon. It may as well be a fucking holiday with how much of a big deal it is here in America. Like, obviously, since I come from an immigrant family, it was obviously the Super Bowl was never really that big of a deal. But like for most stereotypical Americans, yeah, no, the Super Bowl is extremely important. Like, people take like fucking days off work so that they can spend the weekend, Super Bowl weekend, with their families and, you know, kick back and do barbecues or go tailgating, and, you know, have some, you know, have cookouts and shit like that. You know, eat dog shit, you know, hot dogs and burgers and shit while watching the Super Bowl or something like that. The NBA and what's the other sport that I'm thinking of? Oh, right, the MLB. The NBA and the MLB don't really have that. I mean, technically, the MLB, the you know, Major League Baseball. Technically, baseball also has that too, with like the World Series. But the World Series is basically just the finals, right? It's equivalent of the NBA Finals. Though I guess the Super Bowl would also be like the finals for football, right? For American football. I don't know how that shit works. Like, usually the Super Bowl is like a much bigger American like cultural phenomenon than, like, you know, the World Series is, or like the NBA Finals is. So I would have to say football, yeah. But I'm not a sports expert. I just like watching like highlight reels every now and then, so I can't really say for sure. Thanksgiving is big too. Yes, Thanksgiving is also a major American holiday. Yes. Like, if I think about it, how many major holidays do we have as Americans? We have 4th of July, obviously. Again, technically the Super Bowl is not a holiday, but it might as well be one. We have Thanksgiving, and I think that's really about it. Like, surprisingly, us Americans don't really have that many holidays. I guess Christmas too, yeah, but the Christmas we can kind of lump together with like the general holidays. Yeah. Christmas and New Year's we just kind of like lump together as like the holidays. So I guess those 4 or 5. You ever watch Big Bang Theory? No, not really. I don't really watch. I've never really watched like American television shows. Remember, I didn't really have that much of a childhood, so never got the chance to like watch any of those shows. We're pretty big on Memorial Day, I guess technically, but like people don't like. Last I heard, most Americans don't like fucking take like sick days off to go spend time with their family during Memorial Day. I guess unless, you know, you come from a military family, then in which case obviously that's a much different story, but. But yeah, technically it is a holiday, like a federal holiday. But we have a lot of other days like that where they're technically considered federal holidays, but you know, it's not like Americans like it's not like a lot of Americans like go out of the way to fucking celebrate it or something. Because like we have Memorial Day, we have what, President's Day. I think that's technically considered a federal holiday. I think we have Labor Day. I don't know what other kinds of days we have where it's like a, you know, a day off or something. Do I like Christmas and celebrate it? Not particularly, no. Not anymore, anyway. Newest major holidays like a Juneteenth or something. Yeah, I think that's a thing now, but I don't know. I don't know how many Americans actually fucking celebrate it or not. Back when I had my last job at that second logistics company that I talked about having like last year, they certainly didn't celebrate Juneteenth. I'm assuming part of the reason why is because the company that I worked for was either Chinese or Taiwanese, so obviously I don't really know how you would convince them to give a shit about Juneteenth, but does the U.S. have like a 13-month pay system? No, I don't know exactly what you're referring to. If you're referring to how like some countries like China have like end of year bonuses, no, as far as I'm aware, America doesn't have anything like that. Like maybe some companies who are nice enough to their employees might give them like an end of a year like bonus or something just because it's the end of the year. And to celebrate another year having their employees having gone through another year, but in general, no, that's not really a thing. Something like that, we get an annual, but yeah. So that is exactly what I'm thinking of. Yeah, I'm aware China and some other countries, maybe around East or even Southeast Asia, like a lot of companies give their employees like end of year bonuses where it's basically like a free paycheck on top of their December one. No, American companies don't do that. Have I ever been in New York? Once, actually, yes. I was about to say no, but then I remembered. I was there once, or I did visit it once. The one time that I visited New York City was back when I was in middle school. I think it was during 8th grade spring break of 8th grade. My middle school, each grade, my middle school offered like some sort of like spring break vacation package for the students, and it was the vacation, like the vacations were different from grade to grade, at least back when I was around there. So for 6th graders, the spring break vacation package was a trip to Florida. I think I went on that one too, a 5-day flight and tour around like southern Florida. I forget exactly where we went to. But I do know that I did visit Florida when I was young, when I was in 6th grade. 7th grade, they offered a trip down to Costa Rica. I tried getting my parents to send to let me go there too, but they said no. Probably because it was the most expensive trip out of the 3, so they said no. But the next year when I was in 8th grade, they did let me and go on the 8th grade one, and they and pay for that one. Probably again because it was a lot cheaper than the fucking Costa Rica one. But that one for the 8th graders was a trip to Washington D.C. It was actually not just there, but we also took a bus up the East Coast, up to New York City. So it was like It was like it was because it was partly a road trip. It was longer than the other two trips that the other two grades got. Because the Costa Rica trip and the Florida trip, I think, were both 5 days. The Washington D.C. and the New York City trip was more like, I think, 9 days. Because I think we went as soon as spring break started. I think like the Saturday after, the Saturday of the weekend before spring break. That's when we left, and we came back on like 2 Sundays later. So like I don't know, like a 9 or a 10-day trip. So yeah, it was like a tour package where we went to DC first, toured the area, visit all the memorial sites and shit like that, and then we would drive up to New York City. So yeah, we were there for like a couple days, I think, and then we flew back from NYC. I think I remember watching we watched a Broadway show there, I think, if I recall correctly. The biggest thing I remember about New York City though, when I went on that trip was one of the only things I can remember in the first place was the hotel room, if you can even call it a hotel room, was really small. Like before we went there, we had to figure out room arrangements. So they told us, hey, like, get together with like 3 other kids that 3 other friends of yours, and that'll be your roommates for the entire place, right? And so I found 3 other guys who I knew, and we were like, oh yeah, let's room together. Sure, cool. Our hotel that we had in Washington D.C. was great, and it fit all 4 of us easily. But the one in the D.C. was super fucking tiny. We were like, what the hell is this? So, kind of awkward, but we were only there for like maybe 2-3 days anyway, so it wasn't too bad. Like, definitely if we were there for longer, then yeah, it would have gotten annoying. It would have gotten old real fast, but we weren't there for too long anyway. Were there rats bigger than saints in New York? Surprisingly, I didn't see a single rat there, but again, I was a kid, so I don't know. But I mean, you don't even need to ask me to know the answer to that, or to know the answer to that one night. Of course they were. Of course, saints' rats are bigger than the ones in New York. Hell, I go so far as to say that the rats in St. Thomas's channel are human-sized. Am I a city guy or a country guy? I'm a city kid for sure. Like I actually am not bothered by noise anywhere near as a lot of other people are. Like I actually almost like having living in like a bustling city where there's always stuff going on and there's always noise going on outside. Like I actually do not care one bit. I can get used to it very, very quickly. Mainly because I have headphones on all day anyway, so it's like, whatever, I don't give a shit. But no, I'm definitely more of a city guy. Like, I think living out in the country would be fine for, like, a couple days at a time, but, nah, I'd want to come back to live in the city eventually. Is New York close to you? No, student. I'm on the opposite, I'm on the opposite, end of the country. Is New York popular among Americans? It is one of our more heavily populated areas in the areas of the country, if not just in the world in general. As a rule, Hannah, the East Coast of America is far more populated than the West Coast. If you were to look at population centers and like population density maps of the United States, you'll notice that a lot more people live on the east half of the eastern half of America than the West. The West has a lot more areas where people have not settled because the environment is very, very harsh, whereas the East Coast of America is a lot more habitable. Not to mention, the white people settled the eastern seaboard first, and then they expanded westward. Thought I was in Texas for some reason. Hey, sometimes I wish I lived in Texas simply for the food.
早くそっち
I can't imagine how good the food is in Texas. I would imagine also it'd be pretty expensive. But... Oh, just leave the monsters? Okay. Well, as you say. I'm surprised they even had a line for you there where if you start fighting the monster, you're just like, you know, oh, just leave them. To be fair, we're kind of trying to save Yuzua right now, so yeah, makes sense. Tomorrow's a snow break update, yippee, and you have Friday and Saturday off too. Oh, speaking of which, since you used the yippee emote, let me enable yippee in 7TV. Yippee! Yippee! Anytime I hear the yippee sound effect, I immediately think who is it? Or what is it? I immediately think the hoarder bug from Lethal Company. Yippee! Grew up in Queens, kind of miss it there sometimes. Is there an East Coast versus West Coast shit going, or are people united? It's more of like a friendly rivalry, like yeah. We definitely do have like a East Coast versus West Coast thing. Like a thing that people like to say often is West Coast best coast and East Coast beast coast. It doesn't really make that much sense, but you know, like most Americans, it's kind of stupid. But yes, there is definitely a East Coast versus West Coast rivalry, but it's more of a friendly one. I thought I was from Boston. Boston! San Fran is not your region. No, I live in SoCal. Like the bigger LA County area. I mean, LA County is so big that it's so big that I think I can get away with saying that I live in LA County, or just somewhere in general in Southern California, because Southern California is also happens to be one of the most densely populated areas of the country. So lots of people down here. Oh, let's go here, I guess. So yeah, I don't live in the San Fran area, or like I think they call it the Bay Area. I've been there a couple times though, but not in recent memory. Is this girl dead or something? What's down here? Is the door? Belle, I need you to go through that door. Belle, we have a job to do. Belle. LA is basically my backyard. Yeah, in a sense. The Hollywood sign is close to you? I wouldn't say it's close. I would have to go out of my way to see it, but sure, yeah, I could. What's that place called, like GTA 5? GTA 5's locale is based off of Los Angeles, yes. In-game, in GTA 5, the city's called Los Santos, but it's very obviously based off of LA. Is the Hollywood, New York dream still alive in the US? What, like, just a general idea of, like, the American dream where, like, an immigrant can come in, start a new life and become successful as long as they work hard enough.
ユザはきっとあの中だよ。
ディ、僕と師匠ももうすぐそっちに到着する。
Yeah, something like that. Technically, it's still alive. Technically, it's still a thing. The problem is that, if you're an immigrant, what you have to understand is that America, like, the stereotype, or maybe not the stereotype, maybe you could call it a stereotype. Hey, there's Ishuan.
どうにか間に合った
Like-
ようだな。
タイミングバッチリ。
The popular, well, is it even popular anymore?
蹴りをつけるとするか。
Anyways, a thing about America is that, you know, it has a reputation of being, like, think of what you will about America, but our country is supposed to be the land of the free, right? America's built off of the backs of immigrants, stuff like that, right? Back when we used to take in a lot of European and immigrants and, you know, immigrants from other places during, like, the 1800s or something, right? And as long as America's the land of opportunity and stuff like that, and as long as you work hard and, you know, stuff like that, and you'll be able to achieve anything you want in life, and yada yada yada. It was certainly a thing back in the olden days, or like the younger days of the U.S., right? Back when the country was still developing and still, you know, industrializing and all that good stuff. But what you have to understand about America, I guess the truth, if you want to put it this way, that, you know, maybe you didn't know before somebody told you this, like I'm about to do. But America has always had, like, ebbs and flows in its immigration policy. Or in other words, America, the U.S. has gone through periods where, the country is really pro-immigration, and other years it's really anti-immigration, right? Where it's a lot harder than the previous years to, you know, come move to America as an immigrant or as a foreigner or whatever, or, you know, wherever you came from. Right now, we are going through one of those phases where America, at the moment anyway, is very anti-immigration, which I think is a fucking horrible thing, because we need immigrants more than ever, if we care about our economy. But, you know, a lot of Americans these days seem to care more about, you know, jerking themselves off over those red hats that have MAGA on them, instead of actually giving a shit about the economy. But hey, given who we have as a president, I don't really blame them. But anyways, yeah, so America has always had, like, periods where, we really like immigrants, and other times where we really fucking hate immigrants, and we wish you would get out of our fucking country. Or I say our, as if I'm not an immigrant myself. So, at the moment, if you're talking about the American dream in terms of, from the perspective of, like, an immigrant, then, well, obviously that's kind of hard to do when you can't even enter the country very easily in the first place. And it's not that it's impossible to, but it takes time for, if you want to enter the country legally, it takes time and obviously money. It's still possible, of course. But anyways, even then, though, it's like, yeah, I would imagine, because America's in one of our anti-immigration phases right now, I would imagine it's a lot harder for an immigrant to actually be able to move to America for the first time, or, like, to seek a better life and stuff like that. I'm sure it's still possible, but again, it's probably a lot harder to do these days. So I wouldn't say the American dream is, like, dead, but times have changed. Things have changed, like the way people do things, and, you know, how people can make money and stuff like that, they've changed. But again, it is still possible, but I honestly feel like there's a lot more luck involved, where it's like, it's like, again, as I've said before, like, when it just comes to just job hunting, it's more about who you know and not really what you know. What you know is like a nice bonus. unless you happen to get lucky enough in this, you get lucky enough where like you land a job where, oh, it's actually like what you know, like your career, your occupation is like that valuable to a company, and so you basically get a free ride or something. But for most other people, especially just Americans in general, it really is more of like who you know, like who do you know who can help you or are willing to help you, and get to the point where you are now, stuff like that. I mean, again, what you know is also important too. Like there is a certain extent to where like, oh, you can go out there and, oh, if you want to really do something but you don't know anything about it, then you can just go out there and learn how to do that shit all on your own. And obviously those stories are really impressive and stuff. But I would wager a guess that even in those like self-made American dream stories, there was a fair bit of luck involved, right? So, the American dream is still alive, but I do think that it's a lot harder to obtain for the average American. But, it is still possible. And if you truly believe in that, then, you shouldn't give up hope. But, times have changed. Times are different. From a statistical perspective, the American dream has always been a myth. I mean, if you want to look at the cold hard numbers, sure, but the fact that there's always a chance, no matter how slim, I mean, at least that's nice. At least some people can make something out of themselves with it. And hey, if nothing else, let me tell you this much: living in America is probably one of the best privileges that any human being in existence has. Just on this fucking planet even has in the first place. So even if you don't manage to achieve the American dream, I mean, you live in America. You have it better than fucking 70% of the people who live on this fucking planet to begin with. Where St. Thomas is from, I don't know. I don't know if he's ever mentioned where he lives himself. I don't know why he would mention that, but he might have. People still play Warframe? Yeah. I think Warframe recently had their, 10th anniversary, something like that? Saint speaks American English? Yes. He's definitely American. If I were to guess, he's probably second generation, he's probably a second generation Korean whose parents moved here, and then he was born here probably, if I had to guess. But I don't know, so can't say for sure. Alright, we have to do our dodgy stuff. What's your take on this boss? This boss is fine. Yeah, this boss is pretty fun actually. Oh, the Master Tejas dude really was a rat. I thought he wasn't because I didn't see his first message. Because he was talking about Warframe, so I thought he was just here just talking about Warframe just because it was brought up.
もう泣かないの。
Could be wrong, but I thought he said he was Taiwanese? Maybe. All I've been told was that he's apparently Korean. Have I watched any shows or I assume you mean documentaries lately. Not shows, but I did watch a documentary on like cruise ships, like the logistics of cruise ships. I think that was pretty fun.
Ah.
タイムフィールド圏が侵食緩和剤の
Half retarded too. Well, he's half rat, that's for sure. Hey, free roll. Thought Enfield would have a release date at Gamescom. Nope, no release date still. No fucking idea why they're withholding the release date for this long for. Yeah, Wenfield, yeah. Let's talk to these two first. Oh, is this to start the summer event? Oh, okay. Would I eat shark meat or whale meat? I mean, sure, if I didn't have to fucking pay for it, because I can't imagine those are cheap. Actually, before I start on the summer stuff. Let's see, what? I thought I still had an objective in regards to the main shit. Yeah, this one. Yeah, gotta go track this one first. It means you're better than others. You believe you're superior. I mean, for somebody who thinks he's egotistical, your spelling sure isn't better. Damn, kind of hard to be egotistical when you misspell your twice in the same fucking sentence. But hey, kids like you are a dime a dozen. Don't worry, the last like 5 or 6 rats before you all had spelling errors when they were talking shit too. Thanks, God of begging. Oh, you'll thank me for more than just that when I start fucking shoving my dick down your mom's throat just like Tectone does. Hey, maybe if I do that, will you become my fan too? Actually, don't answer that. What is this? Oh, just different enemy logs. Okay. Okay, now we have spook chat characters unlocked. Do I watch movie? If so, are you gonna go watch Weapons? I heard Weapons was pretty good. I've been getting ads for the movie for like the past like 3 weeks on Twitch. Apparently it's pretty good actually. So, good to hear. However, I probably won't go see it just because I don't really watch movies these days. If I will go watch a movie, it's probably with friends because there's some weeb ass movie that we want to go see, that they want to go see or something. So I just kind of be like, okay, sure, I guess I'll tag along then. I think the last movie that I watched in theaters was either Heaven's Feel Part 3 or no, Heaven's Feel Part 3 we actually did not watch in a movie theater. We just watched it on YouTube, I think, surprisingly enough. So I think the last movie that I went to watch in theaters was probably the most recent Code Geass movie, yeah. Probably that. Where do these retards come from? Oh, no, that's easy to answer. They come from either Saints or Tectones communities. Usually Saints, because from what I understand, some of my viewers have told me that Saint likes to start and end his streams at around the same time as I do. So like right around now is when I think he would end his stream usually. So there's always a chance that when he cuts his stream, some of his more rat ass viewers end up finding my way over here to start talking shit. So I used to entertain them like in months past. Back when Tectone first started calling me shit, his usual, dog shit slop insults like God of Beggars and God of Unemployment. Kind of funny that he's looking kind of funny now in retrospect, because he's trying to sell his fucking house. I wonder why. But yeah, I get sometimes I used to not ban the rats. I would usually either talk shit back, or for the rats who at least were willing to have a conversation, like willing to talk to me, or talk with me rather. I would try to, you know, tell them my side of things, but, you know, at the end of the day, they're still rats, so eventually I just banned them all. Do I like horror movies? Not really. They're not my first choice. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't really give a shit about, like, American cinema, to be honest. Honestly, maybe watching like movies like Weapons, even if they are horror films, would be better than like would probably be my best source of like actually good American story writing slash you know, filmmaking or whatever. Because I'm not really sure where else I'm supposed to get that, so. Saint is scared of me? I don't think he's scared of me per se. I do like to think that you know, I'm sure he's made a couple videos about me, but I'm sure that he's aware that I'm not the type of guy he can like very easily bully, right? Like I think Saint Tontus is a fucking coward where he's the exact kind of person what you see in like fucking, you know, those dog shit animes or dog shit American movies where he's like a very comedically obvious bad guy, but he only tries to go after people that he knows can't fight back. And he never tries anything against people who actually know how to defend themselves. Or like are as equally willing to be like, "All right, you want to fucking throw down? Sure. Come at me, bitch." Because like I think I'd see a lot if he really did think he could bully me into out of the space, then like, you know, I think he would have taken action, a lot more aggressive action already. Because like technically speaking, in terms of pure viewership, it's like, what the fuck does someone like him have to worry about? You know, some sub 100 viewer and like viewer streamer Andy like me. You know, well, what's he got to be so scared of? You know. Kind of like Shinji and Fate? Yeah, I guess. Too bad there's no Gilgamesh to fucking put him in his place. Do I think St. Tontus is much different from Tectone, or are they similar types to deal with? I think I've already ranted about this before. But I'm assuming you weren't there to hear me talk about this, so I'll reiterate that whole thing. St. Tontus and Tectone, from my perspective, are similar, but they're still very distinct. I call people like Tectone clout chasers, and I call people like St. Tontus agenda pushers. At the moment, because at the moment there's only Wuthering Waves that they can that the Hoyo haters can really rally around. So at the moment, it's really hard to tell most of the time. Who's a clout chaser and who's an agenda pusher, because they are two very distinct groups. It's just that at the moment you can't really tell them apart in most cases, because right now they all kind of congregate around WoWa for now. But as soon as we start getting more gacha games, like more big production gacha games, we'll start seeing who the real clout chasers are and who the actual agenda pushers are for WoWa. But for now, anyway, Tectone's my best example of like what a clout chaser looks like, because Tectone doesn't really give a shit about. I mean, he's openly admitted at this point that he doesn't really care about gacha games. I mean, hell, he's even trying to get out of the gacha space as we speak, and he's going on about how he wants to hand off Gacha Cast to St. Tontus or some bullshit like that. If he were any smarter, he would know that that's not gonna work. But hey, you know, don't let me tell that retarded fucking bald ass rat what to do. But anyways, Tectone is a clout chaser, and what I mean by calling him a clout chaser is that he cares much more about doing like the quote unquote popular thing, right? Whatever brings in the clicks and the views, right? Number go up, basically. Call him a fucking crypto bro with how much he loves seeing numbers go up. He's essentially a wannabe fucking Asmongold, which makes a lot more sense when you know that he and Asmongold actually know each other. They used to be part of the same org together until, you know, shit happened. So yeah, like Tectone's been trying to shift to like just full blown drama stuff. I mean, there's a reason why every time he turns on his fucking stream, his stream title is literally the same exact shit every single fucking day, which is big day, big news, big drama, big fucking dick down his mom's throat. And guess who else does the same fucking shit? Asmongold. So he goes after the popular stuff. Because that's the easiest way to, that's the easiest way to fucking, you know, expose your content to as many viewers as possible. And, you know, be able to build a fucking cult of personality around yourself. So that's that. Saint Tondas, on the other hand, he is an agenda pusher. He's not necessarily a clout chaser. I mean, he has elements of it, but he's mainly an agenda pusher, right? Because his content is all about fucking sucking Wuwa's dick, sucking Kuro's dick too while he's at it. I mean, maybe if it sucked it a little bit more, maybe he would have also been invited to Kuro Fest the other weekend. But hey, maybe he didn't suck it enough. Maybe it's because he was too busy sucking Tectone's dick, so. Who knows? I certainly don't. But anyways. St. Tondas, again, he's an agenda pusher. Everything he does when it comes to content, has the underlying agenda of, oh, Wuwa is the best gacha game in existence. Or, technically more so than that, it's more that he fucking hates Hoyo games. And so he'll do everything in his power to demonize and villainize Hoyo games just to make Wuwa look good. Or it's not even that he really, I don't know, man. He, in my opinion, he's not even trying to do that just to make Wuwa look good. He's just doing that just so that, you know, he takes advantage of the people who also really don't like who also don't really like Hoyo games, and he brainwashes them into becoming his fucking rats too. So while they're not that much different from each other, I still think that Saint Tondas and Tecton are two distinct types of content creators. And the reason why that's important is because the way I see gacha games evolving over time, over like the next year or so, is that the clout chasers like Tectone will inevitably move on from Wuthering Waves, right? Because if you sit down and think about it, as we get more big production gacha games, right, Wuthering Waves will no longer be the only cool gacha in town. Wuthering Waves is only the cool gacha in town for now, mainly because there's no other option, unless you want to go fucking play Tower of Fantasy. So the popular thing to do at the moment, as far as gacha is concerned, at least if you are a fucking rat, at least, is to talk shit on Hoyo games and fucking glaze the shit out of Wuwa too. Right? Because Wuwa is the only other big production Chinese gacha alternative that you can play that's not being managed by Hoyo. But, again, as time goes on, as we start getting more and more gacha games that aren't also managed by Hoyo, Arknights Enfield, NTE, Silver Palace, Ananta / Project Mugen, DNA, and whatever other big production Chinese gacha that you can insert here that I'm forgetting about, that also isn't developed by either Kuro or Hoyo, you will notice in time that because people want to play the new big gachas, right, the new popular ones, especially if these new Chinese gacha games also, you know, go around fucking sponsoring everybody to go play their game, right? eventually you'll end up in a situation where the clout chasers will eventually ditch WUWA to go play these other games, and they're gonna fucking glaze the shit out of these new games too. Maybe, this is the thing that's gonna be the most hilarious, maybe some of those clout chasers will even start talking shit back on WUWA. Even if they made videos in the past where they were also glazing WUWA too. But because WUWA is no longer the popular gacha of the day anymore, now that, you know, in the future WUWA will inevitably become old news, and it's the popular thing to do when it's, as far as gacha is concerned, is to play the new ones, right? Whether it's Enfield or NTE or whatever. The agenda pusher who's stuck with WUWA and still, you know, fucking, they act like fucking lobbyists and campaign for WUWA best gacha, right? Well, now they're suddenly stuck in a predicament, aren't they? Because now they're trying to shill for a gacha that is no longer the talk of the town, right? And when the clout chasers start fucking circle jerking around these new gachas, inevitably they're going to start butting heads. I guess that's good for St. Tontis, considering his content model of him just targeting people and fucking, you know, smearing their names in the fucking dirt and trying to get as much money out of that as possible. Trying to get as many as high of a view count as possible out of that. But hey, you know, if rats like St. Tontis keep doing that enough, then, you know, it's not just one community that they're gonna have to deal with, you know. Gonna be interesting when we have all these big production gachas. Yeah, for sure. No doubt about that. Saint said that when Duet Night Abyss comes out, he's dropping Zenless Zone Zero. I feel so sorry for the DNA fans. I mean, I don't know. I don't even know why Saint even said that he's gonna drop Zenless Zone Zero. I mean, he only plays it once a month anyway, by his own admission, by the way. So, like, what's the difference? Did he even play Zenless in the first place? Little pup tried fucking making a big deal out of fucking miasma and HP inflation, only to get his ass reamed harder by the collective Zenless community than Tectone did, shoving his dick down his mom's throat. So I don't even know what he was trying to accomplish, saying that he's gonna drop Zenless for DNA. Again, other than the fact that I feel really bad for the future DNA community that they're gonna have to deal with a little piece of fucking shit like St. Tontis. Saint won't drop any Hoyo games. He won't stop playing Genshin. I mean, did he even ever play them to begin with? Again, if he's the type of dude who only plays it once a month, is that even technically considered playing a gacha game? Well, I mean, there are content creators out there who think that having gacha account managers is a good idea, so... yeah. I don't know. I'm not that retarded, so... maybe they think that that's a good idea. Maybe they think that, oh, playing a gacha once every 30 days makes them a gacha player. Beats me. Did I move? Yes, Chris, I did. New place. Am I gonna play DNA? If when it comes out, if on its launch they have the whole they still do your first copy of a new 5-star character is guaranteed, then I think I will actually. Yes. Saint said that he likes Zenless, but he doesn't like the direction the game is going. I mean, if that's the case, then you should worry about that more. His beloved gacha game known as Wuthering Waves. Besides, we know he's fucking lying through his fucking teeth. He doesn't like any game. I would argue he doesn't even like Wuthering Waves all that much either. If he did, he'd actually be good at it. But hey, guess who didn't get invited to Sweetie Lee's Wuthering Waves tournament the other month? We'll see new faces like Tabara with Enfield's launch. Well, yeah, sure. Every new gacha produces new content creators, that's for sure. Things are going again. Okay, so I can start the summer event now. Highly doubt he's committed to he's committed to that statement. He's only committed to sucking his own dick. So, you know that's true. Why does she even wear that? The little emote belt on her waist, that is. I think he'll go to horny jail. Nah, whenever he sees Alice in her swimsuit, you literally can't stop him. It's probably going to be Warfare when all these gachas are out. It's not going to be Warfare like I imply it will be, to be honest, admittedly. Saint Tontus is still only one YouTuber. As much as I think the rats are a problem, there's no other rat who's as popular as he is, or has as big of a following as he is. Well, unless we consider Tectone to be a rat, in which case, which I would, but he's trying to get out of the gacha scene, and I say the faster the fucking better, because good fucking riddance. Holy fucking shit. Let Baldy fucking get his ass reamed even harder by Hassan for all I fucking care. At least that's my hope anyway. I hope that you know, when we start getting more and more, you know, big popular gacha games, that their communities don't all fucking devolve into some dog shit version of tribalism, and they all go at each other's throats or some shit. Am I doing this? I guess I'm doing this. Oh yeah, this is kind of like Star Rail's this is kind of like Star Rail's the racing event from Star Rail a couple patches ago. Oh, you can drift more properly. So. Yeah. This is like Kirby's Air Ride. Though I think the drifting starts way too fucking fast. So honestly, I don't. If the drift starts that fast, I actually don't know. Like when's a good time to start drifting? To be honest. Is there even a point to drifting? Oh, I guess it just gives you a fucking speed boost for some reason. At the very least, it'll be just Saint and his little younglings. Yeah, but Saint Taunta's is still one rat channel too much. What game is this? Zenless Zone 0. Yeah, Echoes, I did see the Resident Evil collab announcement. Very surprising. Did not see that one coming. I don't think a lot of people did in the first place. But yeah, it was like a shadow announcement that came out with Gamescom earlier today, right? Yeah, that was rather surprising. Again, I have to admit I didn't see that one coming. They had Ada. We don't actually know if it's like a general Resident Evil collab or not, right? Oh, you can't hit the red ones. Yeah, we know Jill's gonna be part of it, yeah. Am I supposed to shoot the bombs? I guess I am. Oh, I'm supposed to shoot the bombs to destroy the thingies faster. Okay. I thought there were mines where you weren't supposed to shoot them, otherwise you lose points or something. Yeah, apparently Sekiro's getting a fucking anime, which is cool, I guess. Hope they can bring Lady Demetrius. She'll be a boss if anything. I don't know how they can explain how Lady D. I don't know what her name. I don't know how to say her name. I don't know how they would justify turning her into a playable character. Hey, here's a furry. Okay, so this is just our overall event. Just our overall event synopsis or whatever. That VA's voice also sounds familiar too. I just don't know where I just can't like pinpoint what it is or which one it is. Also, why is this NPC? Oh, it's because Belle's near her. That's why. I forget that NPCs go transparent whenever you get close to them. I was about to say, like, what the fuck? More fishing bullshit.
やる気満々だよ。ユズハに釣られたいか。動いた。今度またやろうね。風が気持ちいい。毎日こんな天気だったらいいのに。ゆずはがずっと太陽みたいに笑ってれば、そこは毎日快晴だよ。うまいじゃん。ご褒美に後でマッサージでもどう？何その反応。マッサージ担当はカマチーだよ。でも本当ありがとね。
You get to choose who you want to go fishing with. Oh, that's cute. Yeah.
こっち来てくれる？
I thought that initially I thought that you could only go fishing with Yuzua, but if you can go fishing with Alice, that's cute. That's good too.
一緒にリゾートで過ごしてくれてありがとね。この貸し切りってただ遊ぶためじゃな
Remember
くて。
playing Dirty Bomb and Comet Arms with me? Damn, alright. You're an OG then.
お見通しか。
You've come a long way. That's one way to put it. I don't personally think so. I'm still working on trying to make content creation like a thing for me. But I appreciate it, man. Thanks for stopping by. And yeah, hopefully life's been good for you, cause hasn't really been that good for me the past couple of years. But yeah, man, thanks for stopping by though. Appreciate it, man. The usual panty shot is chef's kiss. And it's a swimsuit too, so they can get so zenless, or sorry, so Hoyo can get away with it. Well, that's not how it works, but let's pretend that it does. I don't know why the game was like awkwardly staring at those two for like 5 or 10 seconds, but sure. Why are Alice's and actually are there models? Do their models look like discolored or something? Nah, maybe not. Maybe it's just how they look from really far away. Yeah. Actually, it's because of the blue the blue light tint from this aquarium, I guess. I think it's an aquarium. You need anything else? Just say you. All right, night. Thanks for hanging out, man. And yeah, much appreciate the help. Will I watch the zenless stream later this week? Probably not. It'll be very inconvenient for me to react to the stream live. I'll see what I can do, but for now, just assume that I won't be able to react to it live like other people can. Hey, Soli, welcome back, man. How's the grind going? Just going through like the main story, if you can call it that, of the summer event. I'll do the summer mini games later. But yeah, just making my way through zenless main story progress. Oh, I'm supposed to go the other way. Oh, I was just supposed to talk to Therese. And then I'm supposed to go here. Was that the clown Tontus scream? Stupid dog, you make me look bad.
幽霊が出たという。
You bought an endgame zenless account for 28 bucks. It had 6 to 7 characters with their signatures, with all their signatures. Damn, all that just for 28 bucks. The game was good, but you never got past account level 33 or something. Ah, I see. If that's true, that's one hell of a deal. Yeah, like I don't know how much zenless account prices are. But I mean, I do know that if you try to resell like accounts, like especially if they already have characters on them, they're not really worth that much, to be honest. Got lucky with Facebook Marketplace. Ah, that makes sense. Yeah, because people sell anything on Facebook Marketplace. He was generous because he was leaving the game, got busy with life, so he was trying to hand it off. Ah, okay. Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. The 10-second awkward pause on the two. I think it did it for Yuzua from before too. Like how Belle is not depicted as hot or anything, but somehow you still get horny for her, just like Fern from Free Run. Well, I mean, now with Belle having a swimsuit costume, there's not much left to the imagination anymore. Hey, Oscar, how's it going, man?
心ゆくまでバカンスを楽しんでください。
こいつらどっから湧いてきた。
降参しなくて大丈夫そう？やった
来るかんなもん。なんでバレたか知らんが。無事で済むと思うなよ。俺がやる。
Saving your last day off for work before you go back tomorrow night. Oh, tomorrow night, Omega lol, I guess. Yeah. Sucked having to get back to work after a holiday or something. Will M Saver be playable? At the direction that they're taking the story would suggest to me that they are. But at that point it would be a matter of if, or it would be a matter of when. So, no idea.
何かありましたらいつでも声をかけてくださいね。ファンタジーリゾートへようこそ。心ゆくまでバカンスを楽しんでください。心ゆくまで
Okay, next objective is just to get 4,000 visitors. Okay. I thought I had to like talk to somebody, so I was like, wait a minute. It's fucking hot. Should probably crack open a window. Man, Alice's banner still has 2 weeks left on it. Hey, welcome back, Finkel. Okay. Since we have to progress the event from here on, I think I'll call it for today. Or just for the zenless stuff. I guess before I tune in for the night, I do want to watch those trailers that we got out of Gamescom. So allow me to pull those up real quick. Let's see, which ones were they again? Yeah, Arc Knights, Enfield, Gamescom. Let's see, was this one? Do we stop pushing runs and Gunsmoke once we complete goals, or do we keep pushing until the very end? Some people just stop, you're pretty sure? Yeah, me included. Yeah. Because, like, you don't get anything from doing Gunsmoke, so... Like, once we get all the rewards, like, what's the point of constantly doing them?
Automated industry complex will be the link, connecting and uniting every fragment of this shattered world. This is the driving force that will keep us going. Continuous improvement is essential for keeping pace with advancements in technology.
Apparently, this girl is supposed to be Vermeil, the 4-star sniper from OG Arc Knights. Apparently, the neck pendant here, the tooth-shaped or fang-shaped pendant, is the exact same.
Enfield. We don't simply talk about our dreams. We do what we can to make them a reality. All operators accounted for. The team is ready for the mission.
Let's see. Once again, I think the aesthetics, the environmental aesthetics are probably the best thing about this game, at least for me. Especially shots like this, where you see entire fucking planets off in the atmosphere. Yeah, like this one too. This shot is fucking sick. I'm interested in Arknight's ARG. Not really. I'm not really that into ARGs. I'm assuming they must be doing an ARG right now or something. There's one within the trailer itself. Oh, that's neat. Another Arknights game. Yeah, it's the well, I want to call it a sequel, but I don't know how accurate it is. Just another trailer for their Gamescom stuff. And then NTE, this one. Why did it say wish list now, actually? Cool, cool. Yeah, Scar, I'm aware. Yeah, Delta Force had a collab with Arknights. Yeah, so you can get some Arknight skins in Delta Force apparently. Hope you get some original characters in Enfield. Most characters are original. PGMR. Technically there are no returning characters except for Surtur, who is likely the exact same Surtur from the first game, but I think she's one of the only characters like that. There's like technically one character who is coming back, but in universe, at least before the lore got retconned, I think. There's one character named Angelina in the first game, but they made a clone of her, and you play the clone, or you can play the clone in Enfield. And the clone's name is Gilberta, which I think is a downgrade in a name department, but Yeah, other than like those two, and maybe like I think Aurora is technically a returning character too. I keep forgetting that she exists. Yeah. Most characters in Enfield are gonna be original. At least I'm pretty sure. And he's growing on you, or maybe it's just that you're that hungry for a new gacha to play. I mean, playing new, like, whenever a big gacha game comes out, it's always a fun time, because you know a lot of people are playing it too. Like, I'm sure both of these games are going to be huge when they first come out. We just need some fucking release dates, though. CZN's the only one we have an actual release date for. Yeah. Yeah, and they also released the developer video. Yeah. I guess we can watch the whole Chaos Zero Nightmare thing first. As like the last thing we can watch before I end stream. Chaos Zero Nightmare. Oh, this one's like 20 minutes long. Holy shit.
감정이 무너지는 그 순간을 시각화하는 게 포인트거든요.
Fuck was that second picture?
모든 절망의 제로로 카오스의 제로 나이트메어 개발자 코멘터리에 오신 퍼스트 여러분 진심으로 환영합니다. 안녕하세요. 오늘 진행을 맡은 저는 레나 김주입니다. 반갑습니다. 우리 퍼스트 여러분들의 궁금증을 해결해 드리는 개발자 코멘터리로 자리를 마련을 해봤는데 그래서 핵심 개발진 4분 이 자리에 모셨습니다. 한 분씩 인사 한 말씀씩 부탁드릴게요.
안녕하세요. 카즈나에서 배경팀 배경 아트를 맡고 있는 배재성이라고 합니다.
안녕하세요. 캐릭터 아트팀 키위입니다.
안녕하세요. 시나리오팀 표세준입니다.
하제나에서 전투기획하고 있는 홍성식입니다. 반갑습니다.
반갑습니다. 어서 오십시오.
I understand Korean?
지난
No,
제작
not
발표회
really.
때 반응이 되게
I can
뜨거운데
pick up
어떠셨나요?
bits and
좀 다들
pieces here and
보셨나요? 그
there,
반응들?
but
성식님?
no, I don't really
열렬한
speak
반응을
it.
보내주셔가지고 사실 더 잘해야겠다는 생각이 계속 들었던 것 같아요.
아무래도 그 다크한 분위기나 딥한 그런 느낌들을 좋아해 주신 것 같아서 조금 더 거기에 집중하고 작업을 진행할 것 같습니다.
피폐한 분위기를 좋아해 주시는 분들이 되게 많다는 게 좀 많이 신기했던 것 같아요.
개발자 코멘터리를 본격적으로 시작하기에 앞서서 여기 계신 4분의
Did
정치를
Enfield announce a date? No, unfortunately
쉽지
not.
않은데.
But it got nominated for 2025 Best Mobile Game of 2025, so it's predicted to release before December.
제가
I sure fucking
좋아하는
hope so.
스타일의
I guess
캐릭터라고
we'll
많이
see.
느꼈던 것 같습니다.
이제 레노아가 겉으로 보기에는 되게 차가워 보이는 성격인데 그런 성격 안에 이제 나를 잘 챙겨주고 좀 위하는 모습이 은근슬쩍 드러나거든요.
세심하게 챙겨주고 배려해주는 약간 그런 느낌의
아니 왜 유키 마리벨 좋아한다고 말을 못하세요. 그냥 유키 하루 마리벨 외우세요. 제가 그린 캐릭터예요.
응원을 드리고 싶지만 저는 마그나란 캐릭터를
펄이요?
테토녀의 느낌이 있는 캐릭터인데 방어덱을 한 적이 있습니다.
The fucking cat
그때 이
girl.
캐릭터를 중점적으로 써서 사용을 했었거든요. 기억에 남아가지고 저는 이 친구를 최애캐로 생각을 하고 있었어요.
지금까지 공개된 내용을 봤을 때 굉장히 좀 궁금하고 헷갈린 부분이 있었어요. 저희는 퍼스트입니까? 함장입니까?
퍼스트랑 함장이랑 둘 다 맞고요. 함장 같은 경우는 그 나이트메어호에 속한 요원들이 이제 나를 부르는 호칭인 거고 퍼스트 같은 경우는 나이트메어호에 속하지 않은 다른 인물들이 나를 부르는 호칭인 거거든요. 좀 일반적으로 호칭을 할 때는 퍼스트라고 부르는 게 더 넓은 범위에서 쓰일 수 있지 않을까.
자, 그러면 퍼스트 여러분, 오늘 카제네는 어떤 게임인지 궁금해하셨던 거 싹
Would be a
풀어드리도록
big revenue
하겠습니다.
miss,
지금부터
especially
본격적으로
when December is when most people have money to spend. Yeah, holidays and stuff like that. Fat fucking
오랜만에
titties.
신작입니다. 요즘에 서브컬처 진짜 대홍수라고 할 수 있을 정도로 쏟아지는 서브컬처 게임들 속에서 카제나만의 강점을 살리기 위한 다양한
Subculture
시도들이
games.
있으셨을
Just call
것
them fucking
같은데
gacha games.
카메라
man.
워킹 같은 부분들을 저희가 차근차근 배치를 하면서
You have
그
money to
느낌들을
spend in
많이
this
봤던
economy?
것
Well,
같아요.
a lot of
그런
people do.
3D적인
Which
요소를
unfortunately,
포함해서
you and I are
유저들이
not
딱
part of
봤을
them.
때 그 안에서 내가 이 공간에 있는 것 같다라는 느낌을 주는 요소들을 많이 생각하면서 작업했었어요.
비주얼적으로 최상위의 2D 컷신 그런 부분도 신경을 많이 썼고요. 아웃게임에서도 일러스트와 애니메이션을 많이 힘썼습니다.
그 아웃게임에서 힘을 쓰셨다는 건 결국엔 우리 전투 요원들과의 약간 그 마음을 나누고 교감을 하고 조금 이렇게 게임 안에서 우리들의 스토리를 써나갈 수 있는 그런 연출들일까요?
네, 일단 캐릭터들이 전투만 하는 전투 기계가 아니라 아웃게임에서 같이 호감도도 올릴 수 있고 같이 뭐 일상생활을 교감할 수 있는 그런 시스템에 들어가는 일러스트를 작업을 많이 했습니다. 조금이라도 아쉬우면 PD님께서도 이거 뺄래? 수정할래? 뭐 약간 이런 느낌으로 아유 이렇게 말은 안 하셨지만 약간
그런 고집들과 시간들 덕분에 비주얼팀 진짜 많은 호평을 받은 게 아닌가 생각이 듭니다. 근데 많은 포스트 여러분들께서 궁금해하시는 부분 중에 하나가 전투를 진행할 때 LD를 진짜 이런 표현 써도 될지 모르겠는데 기깔나게 만들어 놓고 왜 LD를 사용하지 않고 전투할 때 SD가 등장을 하느냐라는 질문이 초반부터 지금까지 꾸준히 나오고 있거든요.
어둡고 다크하고 크고 무서운 존재들과 싸우기 때문에 이 전투원 캐릭터들은 작아져야지 그 공포스러운 분위기를 좀 더 몰입할 수 있게 되는 것 같거든요.
아무래도 LD의 사이즈를 줄이게 되면 얼굴이 잘 안 보이긴 하겠군요.
처음에는 해보려고 했는데 이 캐릭터들이 점점 작아질수록 얼굴이 너무 작아져요. 그 캐릭터들을 얼굴을 조금 더 잘 보일 수 있는 방향으로 개발 방향성을 잡다 보니까 SD에 가까워졌던 것 같아요. 유저분들의 내용들을 전부 검토하고 SD 얼굴 크기도 LD 느낌이 날 수 있을 갈아 넣어서 노력을 했습니다.
오, 이제 다음 키워드로 한번 넘어가 볼 텐데 이번에는
Card-based combat.
아무래도
Yeah, this game is basically Slay the Spire, but with Darkest Dungeon stress mechanics.
합니다. 사실 처음에 이제 시작하실 때는 굉장히 조금 대중성과 멀어서 좀 조심스럽지 않나, 이게 괜찮을까라는 생각이 좀 드셨을 것 같은데 어떻게 이런 설정을 하시게 된 건지 궁금해요.
그런 걱정이 없었던 건 아닌데요.
네.
반대로 오히려 그런 어두운 세계관만이 보여줄 수 있는 매력이 있다고 생각을 했었고요. 디스토피아 같은 설정을 차용하는 게임은 많지만 선을 넘지 않는 느낌이 있긴 했었거든요.
네.
그래서 반대로 생각해서 거기서 한 걸음만 더 들어가면 그거를 원하는 분들의 니즈를 맞출 수 있지 않을까, 약간 그런 생각에서 도전을 했었던 것 같습니다. 비주얼 팀에서도 많이 힘내주셨고 어느 정도 한계는 있을 수밖에 없지만 그런 선 안에서 최대한 많은 걸 좀 표현하려고 노력했습니다.
이런 파격적인 요소들, 굉장히 좀 비주얼적으로 느껴질 수 있는 그런 요소들을 게임 내에서 더 찾아볼 수 있을까요?
이게 되게 재밌는 연출 중에 크리티컬 연출이라는 게 있는데 이게 다른 팀 쪽에서 더 고민 많이 하고 작업을
We get
해서
to watch our characters
다음
fucking die.
편에 그분이 풀어주시면 진짜 재밌게 하실 것 같아요.
이게 비주얼적으로도 말씀을 해주셨는데
Hopefully that means that your
디스토피아
characters don't actually
세계관에서
fucking die
이 캐릭터들이
and get
느끼는
removed from your account entirely.
를
That would suck,
어떻게
wouldn't
좀
it?
잘 묘사를 하셨을지, 이제 참혹한 부분을 좀 많이 강조를 해주셨잖아요.
트라우마 코드라는 컨텐츠가 있는데 거기에서 이제 요원들이 겪은 조금 더 어두운 과거를 자세하게 보실 수 있을 겁니다.
그거 진짜 재밌어요. 저 한 2번 플레이했습니다. 그거는 원래 재탕 안 하는데
우리 퍼스트 여러분들의 니즈에 맞게 디스토피아 세계관, 카오스, 혼돈 뭐 이런 키워드들을 굉장히 잘 표현하고 녹여내는 것도 중요하긴 한데 이게 너무 또 딥해져 버리면
Games like these
이게
feel
좀
like
거부감을 느낄 수도
PvE
있을 수도
TCGs.
있거든요.
저희 세계관 내에 항상 어두운 분위기만 존재하는
Yeah,
건
kind of.
아니고요.
If you consider games like Slay the Spire to be essentially
하잖아요.
TCGs, I'm
유저분들이
sure.
다른 감성을 느끼실 수 있도록 좀 노력을 했습니다.
그 안에 카페나 뭐 이런 것들 만들어진 것도 있고 학교 같은
Not
것도
like
있고
Contai. I don't think
뭐
they're gonna go
상업적인
that
같은 것도
far.
있어가지고 다른 걸
Like it's one
즐긴다는
thing for your
느낌을
characters to
표현하려고 만들어진
die,
배경들이 있습니다.
but yeah.
스토리적으로도 좀
I think
그런
having
부분을
like
보완하려고
permadeath
노력하고
mechanics
있습니다.
is
뭐 예를 들자면
not something that people are going to want to play or are going to want to have in their gachas.
내용 스포.
이거 말해도 되나?
아이고 저런.
너무 좋았어요.
네.
여기까지만 얘기하겠습니다.
지금 바로 사전 예약.
There was one guy in Twitch chat somewhere, what, like mine or somebody else's, who unironically wanted permadeath in a gacha game. Actually fucking insane. Oh, don't worry, he'll say that until he actually does play a gacha that does have permadeath and he loses a character. Oh, he'll change his mind real quick.
그런 부분도 있지만 조금 더 신경을 쓴 부분이 있기도 합니다. 퍼스트는 설정상 절대 기억을 잃지 않는 존재거든요.
오.
그런데 그런 인물이 어쩌다가 기억을 잃게 됐나, 그 비밀을 이제 초반부터 조금 제공을 하면서 퍼스트 분들의 흥미를 끌려고 좀 신경을 쓴 부분이 있습니다.
근데 이것만으로 조금 약한 느낌이.
Oh, in my stream? Huh.
이쁘죠?
I feel like I would remember
이쁜
who
친구가 있습니다.
it was exactly who was a big fan of
S급
permadeath in
미녀가
gacha.
눈을 떴는데 반겨준다면
그거 인정이죠.
다이브
But
해야죠.
I don't
다이브
remember.
해야죠.
I feel like I have this feeling that we vaguely discussed that at some point a while back.
많이
But
이야기해 주셨던 것
I
중에
don't
하나가
remember exactly.
있는데
그다음으로 그의 비서 브리아가 매일 아침 빗어주고 묶어주는 모습을 상상하며
is this
작업했죠.
the Tenebria
설정이 있는 거 아니냐? 카일로
copy from
비서가
Epic
어떻게
7?
머리를 따주냐?
그 부분은 좀 전달에
I think she just goes
있어서
by
오해가
Bria in
있었던
this
것
game.
같고요. 이제 카일론 같은 경우는
네.
원래 에픽 7에서부터 존재를 했었잖아요.
네.
But he's
디테일한
actually
설정은
supposed to be
잔재가
from this
남아있는데
game.
그게 전달이 되면서 약간 혼동을 줄 만한 부분이 노출이 됐던 것 같고, 기본적으로는 저희 모든 요원들은 언제나 퍼스트와의 관계를 가장 중시하도록 좀 설정을 하려고 하고 있습니다.
왜 그렇게 얘기하셨어요?
그러게요.
Permadeath gacha sounds
Wait.
horrible unless they only talk about permadeath for the run. I mean, at that point, that would just be a standard like roguelike gacha, no? So it's like at that point, why even bother calling it permadeath, right?
진짜 이제는 진짜 우리의 본질에 대해서
But yeah.
이야기를 해야 할 시간이 아닐까
Obviously, it
싶어요.
would be much better if it was just, you know, oh, your current run, you can't do it anymore, or
카오스라는 개념은
whatever.
어떻게 시작이 된
Instead
걸까요?
of, you know, oh, your
카오스 같은
characters
경우는
get permadeath.
일단 다양한
or get
시공간이
permad.
존재하는 그런 특징이 좀 로그라이크라는 게임의 장르적인 특성과 잘 어울릴 수 있지 않을까라고 생각을 해서 좀 구상을 하게 됐고요. 예를 들면은 그런 성장 중에 하나로 신을 만나거나 하는 것도 있거든요. 기본적으로는 인간의 시야로는 재단할 수 없는 존재라는 개념이고요. 어떤 선택지를
Oh,
선택하느냐에
that
따라서
god definitely didn't look
아주
like
큰 보상이 올 수도 있고
the
아니면 한순간의
abundance
실수로
Aeon from
굉장히
Star
큰
Realm.
피해를 입게 될 수도 있고
No, sir, she didn't.
순간적으로 어떤 미지의 다른 공간에 빨려 들어간다거나, 그래서 거기를 탐색하고 다시 다른 공간으로 돌아간다거나, 약간 그런 부분도 좀 마련이 되어 있습니다.
이런 암울하면서도 독특한 분위기를 특히 이제 배경에서 아트적으로 담아내기가 굉장히 고민이 많이 되셨을 것 같아요. 가장 특별히 신경 쓰신 부분이 있을까요?
일단 분위기 자체는 저채도 색상이나 아니면 좀 어둡고 다크한 분위기, 그 신호등 같은 요소들이 그 카오스에 연결돼가지고 깜빡깜빡거리면서 굉장히 이질적인 느낌을 확실하게 느낄 수 있게 이런 요소들을 넣어서 만든 맵들이
Why do those
여러
traffic
군데
lights not
있습니다.
even have any red lights?
쿠툴루시나 같은 요소들도 많이 생각을 했었고, 아니면은 게임적으로는 스콘이라는 게임 같은 것도 많이 참고를 해서
They actually played
두려운데라는
Scorn.
느낌이 확실히 느껴졌으면 하는 요소들을 이곳저곳 이렇게 집어넣었었습니다.
자, 이번에는 저희가 카오스 지역을 살펴봤다면 다른 지역들도 한번 살펴볼게요. 지역에 관련된 설정이나 시나리오 설정, 이건 좀 어떻게 될까요?
게임의 배경이 우주이니만큼 다양한 행성들을 보여줄 수 있다고 생각을 했어요. 그리고 행성 외에도 이제 인류의 생활권인 방주, 우주 함선 같은 경우에 대한 설정도 존재하고요. 각 지역마다 다른 이야기를 보여줄 수 있는 긍정적인 요소라고 생각을 했었습니다. 행성 중에 또 스파이츠 행성이라는 곳이
Scorn
있는데
actually goes really
여기
fucking
같은
hard.
경우는
Aesthetically, yes.
이미 사라진
Yeah.
외계 종족의 고대 왕국 뭐 이런 거에 대한 이야기를 푼다던가 그런 식으로 좀 다양한 걸 보여줄 수 있어서 네, 좋았던 것 같습니다.
That was the hell game with the living gun, right? Yeah, like super, super disgusting and
몬스터에도 세력이라는
like
개념이
like
존재해서
horrifying,
그
like
몬스터들을
body
잡았을 때
bio
획득한
horror
보상들도 달라지기
bullshit or
때문에
whatever.
그것이 곧 전투 스타일이 달라지는 경험이 될 거라고 보고 있습니다.
그렇게 되면 지역이 많다는 건 그만큼 많은 것들을 또 만드셔야 돼요. 배경팀에서.
네, 만들었죠. 처음에는 한 28개부터 시작을 했어요.
네.
작지만 이렇게 좋은 퀄리티로 유저들에게 선보이자 이거였는데 어느새 120개가 되었고 저희는 그때 그만을
Damn,
한 거.
120 fucking different unique stages.
그렇게만 해요. 화이팅 화이팅.
자, 이제 카즈나의 핵심 시스템 붕괴에 대한 이야기를 할 차례가 왔습니다.
모든 요원들이 다 각자의 트라우마를 가지고 있고요. 이제 붕괴 같은 경우는 그 트라우마가 트리거가 되어서 발생하는 거거든요.
네.
그래서 모든 요원들이 모든 종류의 붕괴를 다 가지고 있는 건 아니지만 또 그렇다고 요원이 딱 한 가지
I wonder if there is a character who has like every single trigger for in the game for like for what stress outs or whatever the mechanic's going to be called in this
붕괴라는
game.
설정은 왜 잡게 되었는지.
사람들이 좀
I guess they call
가장
it
숨기고
breakdown.
싶은 내면을 드러내는 거야말로 그 진정한 인간성을 보여주는 게 아닌가 약간 그런 발상에서 좀 시작이 됐었고요. 그런 극한 상황에서 드러나는 인간의 본성과 그걸 극복하는 선한 의지 약간 그런 부분을 좀 보여주려고 했던 것 같습니다.
붕괴를 이겨내고 나면 메리트가 있다고 하셨는데
사용할 수 있는 각성기, 소위 말하는 에고 스킬이라고 저희는 부르고 있는데 그 에고 스킬이라는 것에 비용을 차감시켜 줍니다.
Gee, chat. I don't know. I wonder, chat. Isn't there another Korean gacha game that has something to do with ego?
일단 붕괴 일러스트는
I wonder where they took that idea
다치거나
from.
아프거나 하는 그런 이미지가 아니라 감정이 무너지는 그 순간을 시각화하는 게 포인트거든요. 비극을 담아내려고 조금 방향을 기조를 정하고 작업을 하고 있고 감정의 뭐 붕괴, 폭발, 해방 뭐 이런 걸 연상할 수 있는 자료들은 또 따로 레퍼런스를 많이 정리해서 서로 공유하고 있고요.
Kuma's getting dropped for this probably 16 gachas too much. Not too much for me. Well, at least not yet.
연구를 하셨군요. 혹시 개발진들 막 표정 보고 그렸다거나 뭐 이런 건 없나요?
그림 그리시는 분들은 좀 알 거예요. 몰입해서 그리다 보면 그 얼굴 표정이 그 그림과 흡사하게 바뀝니다. 실제로 저희 팀원들 작업한 거 보면 붕괴가 멀리 있지 않다. 저희 팀원분들이 진짜 많이 붕괴되고 있어서
개발진 자체가 붕괴가 되었다.
네네.
이 비주얼도 중요하긴 하지만 게임 안에서 이제 즐기는 이 전투는 어떤 식으로 흘러가게 될까 이런 것들 굉장히 궁금해 하실 텐데 카드 시스템을 선택한 이유 있을까요?
카드 시스템을 선택한 이유는 사실 제일 첫 번째는 전략성이었던 것 같아요. 그렇다 보니까 모바일 환경에서 전략성을 가장 잘 표현할 수 있는 장르가 뭐가 있을까라고 고민하다 보니 카드 턴제 게임이 된 것 같아요.
네.
그러니까 뭐 조작이 복잡하지도 않고 실시간으로 빠르게 손을 움직일 필요도 없고 그리고 카드 하나하나에 선택이 담겨 있고.
I mean, yeah, Uma Musume is probably going to be the one that's easiest to drop. I mean, you can be a fan of Uma Musume and not even play the game.
결국 카드를
I mean,
던지기
technically you could do that for any
직전
gacha game,
유저가
but for Uma
선택을
Musume in
한다는
particular.
거거든요. 지금 이 선택의 근거를 시각적으로 주고자 하는 노력을 굉장히 많이 했던 것 같아요. 그래서 결국 한 장을 던질 때 이 카드가 나한테 어떤 결과를 줄 것인지를 명확하게 알고 전략적으로 순서를 정해서 사용할 수 있게 그렇게 할 수 있도록 시각화에 좀 노력을 많이 했습니다.
그렇다고 하면 카제나에서는 메인 유저층을 어느 정도로 잡고 설계를 하셨는지 좀
I kind of don't
궁금하네요.
like how
되게 넓은
blocky
폭의
the
실력을
damage
가진
numbers
유저분들을
look.
다 포용할 수
Actually
있는
makes them a bit
콘텐츠를
hard
만들어
to
나가려고 노력할
see.
거고요. 그럼에도 불구하고 메인 타겟층이 어디냐라고 하면 이제 진입 장벽이 비교적 높지 않은 이제 전략적인 플레이를 좋아하는 유저분들이라고 제가 짐작할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
요즘 모바일 게임의 트렌드는 두 가지인 것 같아요. 완전 쉽게 자동 전투 혹은 자동 전투를 스킵하고 그냥
Gee, I wonder which
처음부터
games
끝까지 본인이
they must be
직접 다
talking
플레이하는 그런 양쪽으로 이렇게 나뉘는 것 같은데 카제나 자동 전투가 있습니까?
카오스, 그러니까 소위 말하는 로그라이크 플레이에서 자동 전투를 지원하지는 않고요. 세이브 데이터로 플레이하는 파밍을 위한 던전들에서는 자동 전투를 지원할 계획에 있습니다.
카제나의 전투의 난이도는 어느 정도라고 좀 인지를 하면 될까요?
컨텐츠에 따라서 좀 다를 것 같아요. 높은 수준을 달성해야만 클리어할 수 있는 던전들도 있을 거고, 그리고 많은 성장을 한 이후에도 소위 말하는 이제 덱빌딩 카드류 게임의 고인물 유저분들이 실제로 페널티나 엄청나게 다양한 효과들이 섞여져 있는 컨텐츠들도 마련이 되어 있습니다. 컨텐츠에 따라서 의도를 가지고 열심히 만들어 나가고 있다라고 봐주시면 좋을 것 같아요.
사실 로그라이트의 이 유사 장르에서도 많은 분들께서 이제 즐기는 장르이다 보니까 거기에서 오는 이런 아쉬움들을 우리 카제나에서는 이렇게 좀 잘 풀었다.
저희는 이 진입 장벽을 완화하려고 굉장히 많은 조치를 해뒀다고 생각해요. 그러니까 뭐 예를 들어 가이드도 상세하게 드리고 트라우마 코드라는 컨텐츠에서는 어떤 전투원의 정말 핵심 메커닉을 맛볼 수 있을 만한 그런 고정된 덱 세팅을 저희가 제공해서 그냥 이 캐릭터는 이렇게 쓰는 것도 되게 재밌다라는 걸 직관적으로 느끼실 수 있게 구성해둔 스테이지들도 있고요. 여러모로 좀 진입 장벽을 낮추려고 많이 노력을 했던 것 같아요.
카지나만의 혹시 독특한 카드 효과나 상호 효과 뭐 이런 것들이 있을까요? 상호작용 같은 게?
마그나가 가지고 있는 기믹이 어떤 거냐면 내가 맞으면 그 나를 때린 친구한테 바로 반격이라는 걸 시행하거든요.
네.
그리고 그 몬스터가 때리는 피해를 온전히 막으면 더 강한 피해로 반격을 하게 되어 있어요. 그래서 이런 반격 메커닉은 일반적인 그러니까 여타 카드 덱빌딩 게임들에서 쉽게 보지는 못했던 것 같아서 개발하면서 저도 재미있게 플레이하고 있습니다.
근데 오늘 끝내기 전에 이거 하나 또 질문을 드려야 될 것 같은 게 저희가 지난 영상들에서 어떤 때는 한국어로 어떤 때는 일본어로 이렇게 더빙을 했단 말이에요. 그래서 실제로 인게임에서는 우리가 이렇게 왔다 갔다 하는 보이스를 들어야 되나 이렇게 질문을 해주시는 퍼스트 여러분들도 계신데 출시 때 만나볼 수 있는 언어
Give us individual
더빙
language
어떻게
toggle.
되는지 속 시원하게 얘기 좀 해주세요.
Actually, wasn't Epic 7 also
해주세요.
dubbed in English too?
보이스 같은 경우는 지금 한국어랑 일본어로 제공이 될 예정이고요.
네.
언어 같은 경우는 한국어, 일본어, 영어, 그리고 중국어 번체 이렇게 4종류의 언어로 지원되는 걸로 알고 있습니다. 메인 스토리 같은 경우는 풀보이스니까 원하는 언어로 스토리를 감상하실 수 있을 겁니다.
휴고 같은 경우에 성우가 나카무라 유이치님이에요. 진짜 깜짝 놀랐거든요. 혹시 어떤 뭔가 중요한 캐릭터인가요?
휴고는 너무 많은 거를 여기서 공개해드리면 좀 스포일러가 될 것 같아서
네.
네, 이제 게임에서
Why does
휴고라는 친구가
Epic
어떠한
7 have
이야기를
English
가지고
voice
있는지
acting,
확인해
but
주시면
this
좋을 것
game
같습니다.
기대가 많이
doesn't?
되는데 우리
What
성우님들께서 또
happened there?
말아주시는 이 더빙 참을 수가 없거든요.
맞습니다.
네.
기대됩니다. 기대가.
그리고 오늘 이대로 끝내기 너무 아쉬운데 가장 중요한 질문 드리겠습니다. 지금 시점에서 카오스 제로 나이트메어는 어느 정도 완성 단계에 와 있다고 생각하면 될까요?
저희 캐릭터 원화팀은 95% 정도?
뭐 배경 쪽도 비슷한데 저희도 이제 90% 이상 완성됐다고 보고 있고요.
아까 95%라고 말씀해 주셨으니까 저희는 95%로 알고 있을게요.
네.
보수적으로 90%가 낫지 않을까?
낮추신 말씀.
99.9%로 하죠.
이제 유저분들이 보시는 그런 기본적인 뼈대 부분은 다 완성이 돼 있지만 계속해서 노력을 하고 있습니다.
뭐 전투 쪽은 사실 들어가야 되는 캐릭터나 몬스터, 뭐 레벨 디자인 이런 쪽은 사실 거의 다 되어 있는데 저를 지금 계속 폴리싱 해 나가는 중이라고 봐주시면 될 것 같습니다.
이렇게 우리 퍼스트 여러분들께서 굉장히 궁금해하실 만한 내용들을 개발자 코멘터리를 통해서 한번 풀어드려 보았습니다. 근데 한 번 찍고 끝나는 건 아니겠죠?
설마요.
퍼스트 여러분들이 불러주시면 언제든지 바로 달려 나오겠습니다.
마지막으로 우리 기대하고 계시는 퍼스트 여러분들께 한 말씀씩 인사 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다.
새로운 시도를 하는 게임이라고 생각을 하고요. 기대에 못 미치는 부분이 있을 수도 있겠지만 최선을 다해서 노력하고 있으니까 좋게 봐주시면 감사하겠습니다.
속 시원하게 말씀 못 드린 부분들도 있어서 조금 아쉽긴 한데요. 아무튼 열심히 만들고 있으니까 기대 많이 해주시고 나왔을 때 재밌게 플레이해 주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
저희가 유저분들을 위해서 뼈를 깎는 노력으로 지금 열심히 만들고 있으니까 그 부분을 기대해 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
저희 캐릭터 팀도 유저분들이 진짜 많이 좋아할 수 있는 캐릭터들을 다양하게 준비하고 있고요. 사전 예약하면 주는 아미르라는 전투원이 있거든요. 꼭 사전 예약하고 타가시길 응원하겠습니다. 지금 바로 사전 예약!
자, 이렇게 카오스 제로 나이트메어 개발자
Forget if
코멘터리가
I
마무리가
forget if I
됐습니다.
pre-regged for
일단 출시
CZN already or not.
전부터 개발자 코멘터리를 통해서 여러분들과
I think I
소통을 할 수
did,
있는
but I
시간을
don't
가져서
remember.
굉장히 좋고 앞서 말씀드렸습니다만 사전 예약 아직도 진행되고 있습니다. 카제나를 응원하는 마음으로 사전 예약 꼭 잊지 마시고 그리고 저희 개발자 코멘터리 첫 번째 편을 기념해서 우리 퍼스트 여러분들께서 댓글로 응원을 남겨주시면 저희가 출시할 때 특별한 굿즈 패키지를 추첨해서 선물로 드릴 예정입니다.
와, 너무 갖고 싶은걸?
저희는 여기서 끝이 아닌 다음 개발자 코멘터리 두 번째 편에서 이 네 분과 함께 반갑게 인사드릴 테니까 기대해 주시길 바라면서 여기서 인사드리도록 하겠습니다. 퍼스트 여러분 고맙습니다.
務を繰り返してでも0から1へ。
Okay. Cool. What the fuck is this thumbnail? Is this Kazahana, dude? Another fucking Wua rat or something? Honestly, that shit looked hella good. Can't wait. No space. Old laptop can't do emulator, and no space either. Yeah, October 15th release date. Yeah, in just under 2 months now. Okay, chat. Gonna call it a night there. Getting sleepy. Got some zenless stuff done, so good time for me to fuck off. Let's see, let me see who I can send you guys over to. Let's see. I guess I can send you guys over to Mr. Slice. He's grinding some Uma right now. But yeah. Thanks everybody for watching. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chilling out. And we'll see you guys all tomorrow, hopefully. See ya. Peace.